Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time, we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they're being positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding, and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center, in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow with no patients.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for January 21st, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork and all the other knowledge seekers who are here in the dimension of physicality, and many who are here in the dimension of energy. And we're just starting to understand how all this is possible, and this is what we're going to be covering today. We'd like to share a few testimonials, understand what the transmutation sessions are all about more and more. And as we know, the non-dimensional plasma system is going to be interacting, I think, with the wellness system as well as in the sessions, the pre-transmutation sessions that are coming up from February now till June. We've just had the one on Friday, and I think many people have had many experiences. Other people are perhaps still trying to untangle exactly what sort of experience they had, but all the ones that I've heard are very positive. I think Trevor may come in and share something as well, but we're going to share a number of the testimonials. And there was one in the Brazilian teaching. There was one in this actual workshop, I think from, was it Daniela? I'm not sure. And then there was one in the Brazilian on Friday from Pamela, which we can listen to as well, just to get people to have a deeper understanding. And again, it's all about you and exploring yourself. And it's not all going out. As Mr. Keshe said, sometimes we go inside to try and correct things or to understand ourselves or to find solutions. So we're learning this in and out process. And I think a few people are here that were in the session and perhaps they'd like to share. Maybe others will come in and join later. But we're continuing to move. This seems to be what the foundation is centered, not totally centered around, but this is the space program I think Mr. Keshe is developing with the knowledge seekers and others who join this process. And again, a lot of this is being gifted to it, and a lot of it has to do with you as an individual and how much you accept or deny that this process can take place and is taking place with you knowing it or without you knowing it. As we know, the dream state is actually the work of the soul. And we're being shown many things. I think Mr. Keshe has been sort of opening up some of the holy books and some of the stories that we've heard in there, and perhaps we'll get another little small lesson on that today from Mr. Keshe, that a lot of these things still need further investigation, and a lot of these things have been copied from one time period to another time period. It's almost like overlapping. And again, none of us were there, but now we know we can get in touch with the souls who were there and find out more about it, even to bring this expansion of the soul or interaction of the soul into our daily lives. We should be able to start using this to find out answers to questions we've been searching for. So this is another new dimension, even new knowledges that you may bring back, or new foods. Again, maybe foods not in the dimension of matter state. So there's many things that are happening within these sessions, but each one, as you are a unique universe, based on your own dimension and your own strength, everyone will have slightly different. But then he went on to say, we can also, in the coming time, will be offered to travel together in the dimension of the soul. So this is another important aspect, I think, of these trans or pre-transmutation sessions, where we're working in the dimension of energy. But as he said, there's still a few things we need to be taught about this, and maybe we'll go into that a little bit more later, about distinguishing backgrounds and is it the soul? Are you there in the physicality? And so on and so forth. So again, we're just infants in this knowledge, but we're sharing what we think we understand or what has happened to us, and others are still sorting it out in a way. Now, normally we always start with the World Peace Treaty, and of course today we will start with that as well. Because whether you're existing on this planet or in space, the ethos of peace, the idea that we can find peace within ourselves, peace within our external environment, and then of course the job of Mitra will be to sort of unite the universal community in a way with our sort of group of humanity, to and work it out and see how we can interact with them. I know the Universal Council is part of that as well, but he said this is going to be a headache for Mitra to work on. So we still have step by step, slowly, we're being brought into this understanding. Did I say gradually or just slowly? Or did I say step by step? So it's all happening in a way, I think, so that we can absorb it and understand it. But one of the prerequisites, obviously, of going into space where there's no war and there's no killing is to endorse the World Peace Treaty within yourself, within your soul. You don't have to sign it with the pen, as we've often heard. And of course, you can find this on the Keshe Foundation website. I think this is under, is it under education, plasma? Let's see, about, here it is, the World Peace Treaty. So you can print this document out, and this is the exact document world leaders will sign, world religious leaders will sign, and the rest will sign. Obviously, the lions and the ants can't use a pen, so they'll be signing it with their soul in a certain way, or in a way we don't quite understand, but they'll be brought into this peaceful position as well. And that's what we saw with the Wellness Center, to create a peaceful individual out of the man. So the World Peace Treaty, would anyone like to read it? That's here. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, for a body or a soul. Simply put your name, your signature, date, position, on behalf of, again, the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And I think the displaying of this certificate definitely encourages others that they can move into creating this dome of peace in a way on this planet. And then starting to think about their existence in the universe. Will it be an existence of killing and war and continuing what went on this planet? Or are we going to have a new creation of peace where no one goes to bed hungry, no one goes to bed cold, where you're going to create that universe and probably be the center of it eventually? So this is the World Peace Treaty, very simple but very profound document. And again, it's between you and your soul, no one else, as I understand it. Again, find it at the Keshe Foundation and share it with the others, to, especially at this time where we're seeing wars and killings, but this has been the history of this planet in the last 3,000 years, 5,000 wars. So this is why, to move into space, we have to become peaceful people here, as well as peace in the universal community, or what we call the dimension of energy. And what we've been doing, one of our partners has put together this document in September of 23, and it's called the Community of Shared Futures. And we'll just show it here, a global community of shared futures. Maybe they should have said a universal community of shared futures. And this is China's proposals to the nations that are probably in the BRICS, as well as the ones that want to join. But I think they do have quite a large segment of the population of humanity on this planet, and there's many more that want to get involved in this process of a win-win situation, and a very sort of leaving war as the very, very last option, if it's an option at all, where we can usually work these things out with discussions and with one nation helping another nation. So we're reading this document. The Chinese are partners with the Keshe Foundation, the Chinese government, and they have the manufacturing and some of the other capabilities. And I think they've included the Keshe Foundation in their 5-year plan. I haven't seen that, but this is what I've heard as far as the Belt and Road Initiative. And of course, the Chinese have, at least for 25 years, been calling to the Western countries to join them in this building and cooperation and collaboration. And we will need this as we move into space. It's going to take all of us to unravel this knowledge, and not only all of us on this planet, but those from the universal community as well. So we'll read another section of this as we continue with this global community of shared futures. I think it's a beautiful document. It almost could be, in a way, sort of written by the Keshe Foundation. It talks about so much about sharing and peace and elevating the others, and not so much just for themselves. So we're moving into, as we know, every Tuesday we have the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace, and the Universal Council sponsors that in a way, and they sort of contribute to that, but they'll be involved quite intimately in this process as it moves forward. But again, did I say gradually, slowly, step by step? This is the way apparently we're moving at this point in time. So we continue reading China's actions and contribution. And of course, there's a lot of misnomers about China. Last week, we did see the beautiful bathroom that was installed, and apparently in that city they had 100 of them, and they looked quite nice. And cameras and contact with the police and directions and all the rest of it, and it's probably plumbed into the sewer system of the city, so it never has to be drained or emptied out as some of these portable ones. But this is some of the things China has created. I don't know if outdoor bathroom in my city would survive with all the kids and the graffiti and the mirrors on the outside. But apparently it's worked quite well in China as they're moving into a more peaceful understanding with each other, with their economy, and with the other nations as well. And Mr. Keshe is quite honored to be working with the Chinese in this manner. So let's continue with this shared future for all of us, and it can apply to all of us, and it's a beautiful document, and that's why we're reading it here. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Over the past decade, China has contributed its strength to building a global community of shared future with firm conviction and solid actions, promoting high-quality Belt and Road cooperation. The Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, is a vivid example of building a global community of shared future and a global public good and cooperation platform provided by China to the world. Since introducing the BRI 10 years ago, based on extensive consultation and joint contributions for shared benefits, China has pursued open, green, clean, and high standard cooperation to promote sustainable development and improve people's lives, and advanced high quality Belt and Road cooperation. It has laid the groundwork and set up the framework of the BRI cooperation, delivering tangible results and achieving sustainable progress. Together, participants in the initiative have jointly advanced hard connectivity, soft connectivity, and people-to-people connectivity, setting up an important platform that has enabled Wide participation built international consensus and pooled the strength of all parties. Panel 1. The Greek port of Piraeus getting a new life. Located strategically at the southern gate of Europe, maybe someone that speaks Greek could help me here. Piraeus, the largest port in Greece, has played an important role since its opening in around 400 BC. More than a decade ago, the port was in crisis, suffering huge losses. In 2010, China COSCO Shipping Corporation Limited officially became involved in the operations of the port, injecting new vitality to it. The annual handling capacity of the port has now reached 7.2 million, looks like tonnage. I'm not exactly sure what TEUs are. And its global ranking has jumped from number 93 in 2010 to number 33 in 2022. It has created more than 3,000 direct jobs and more than 10,000 indirect jobs locally, resulting in the direct social contributions of more than 1.4 billion euros to the area. Well, that's quite a success. And the Chinese Uncao is our grass of happiness. Uncao technology, which uses grass instead of wood to cultivate edible fungi, has solved a significant challenge that the production of edible fungi had to rely on felling trees. Over the past 20 years, China has held 270 international training sessions on Uncao technology that trained over 10,000 people from 106 countries. It has set up demonstration centers or bases in 16 countries, creating hundreds of thousands of green jobs. In Fiji, Uncao technology is seen as a new hope of agriculture for island states. In Lesotho, farmers call Uncao the grass of prosperity because it makes quick returns. In Rwanda, more than 3,800 poor households have seen their annual incomes double or quadruple after they began Uncao production. And as Mr. Keshe said in the creation of the Universal Council, if you elevate these souls that their physical life changes, then you're worthy to be part of the universal community. We continue. Policy connectivity continues to deepen. By July 2023, more than 3/4 of the countries in the world and over 30 international organizations had signed agreements on Belt and Road cooperation with China. China has successfully hosted the first Belt and Road Forum for international cooperation in 2017, the second in 2019, and will host the third this year, maximizing, which was 23, synergy for advancing high-quality Belt and Road cooperation. Infrastructure connectivity continues to be strengthened. A general connectivity framework consisting of 6 corridors, 6 routes, and multiple countries and ports is in place. The overall layout of land, sea, air, and cyberspace connectivity continues to improve, centered on economic corridors such as the new Eurasian Land Bridge, supported by routes like the China-Europe Railway Express, and the new International Land-Sea Trade Corridor and the Information Expressway, and underpinned by major railways, ports, and pipelines. Trade connectivity continues to increase. According to Belt and Road Economics, a report released by the World Bank, the Belt and Road Initiative, when fully implemented, will increase intra-Belt and Road Initiative trade by 4.1%. By 2030, the Belt and Road Initiative will generate US $1.6 trillion in annual global revenues. Financial connectivity continues to expand. The Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and the Silk Road Fund have been set up providing financing support for hundreds of projects. People-to-people connectivity continues to strengthen. Roads, bridges, and development belts that lead to a happier and better life are constantly emergent in participating countries, and solid progress is being achieved in Uncayo, wells, hybrid rice, and other small projects that work faster in improving people's lives, giving local people of Belt and Road Initiative countries a stronger sense of gain and fulfillment. The Belt and Road Initiative originated in China, but the opportunities and achievement it creates belong to the whole world. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, since its launch 10 years ago, has led strong impetus to the economic and social development of Pakistan. The China-Laos Railway has realized the long-cherished wish of the Lao people to convert Laos from a landlocked country to a land-linked hub. The Jakarta-Bandung high-speed railway has become the first railway in Southeast Asia to reach a speed of 350 kilometers an hour. The Mombasa-Nairobi Railway has added more than 2 percentage points to local economic growth. Malawi's 600 wells built with Chinese assistance have become wells of happiness, serving 150,000 local people. The China-Europe Railway Express serves as a steel camel fleet between China and Europe. Luban workshops help young people in Tajikistan and other countries acquire vocational skills. Cooperation in the fields of health, green development, digital economy, and innovation is thriving. Let's just read a little bit more. Panel 3, the Chinese-Lao Railway and Jakarta-Bandung high-speed railway. The China-Laos Railway began operation in December 3rd, 2021 with 167 tunnels and 301 bridges built in 11 years along its total length of 1,035 kilometers. The railway construction created more than 110,000 local jobs and helped build about 2,000 kilometers of roads and canals for villages along the railway, bringing many visible and tangible benefits to local people. As of January 31st, 2023, the China-Laos Railway has run 20,000 passenger train journeys and handled 10.3 million passenger trips. The Jakarta-Bandung high-speed railway, with a maximum design speed of 350 kilometers per hour, is the first high-speed rail service in Southeast Asia. Now that the railway is in service, the commute time from Jakarta to Bandung has been reduced from more than 3 hours to just 40 minutes. The Belt and Road is an initiative for economic cooperation, not for geopolitical or military alliances. It is an open and inclusive process that neither targets nor excludes any party. Rather than forming exclusionary cliques or a China club, it aims to help China and the rest of the world to seize opportunities and pursue common development, rather than a private route for any one party. It is a broad path that can be joined by all interested countries to work together for shared benefits. The international community speaks highly of the Belt and Road Initiative, praising it not simply as some random road or economic belt, but as an initiative to achieve common progress for humanity. an initiative that has opened up new paths for common development of all countries. The Belt and Road Initiative has facilitated the modernization drive of developing countries, leading the world into a new era of transcontinental operation. Let's just finish this panel 4. 900 days of hard work leading to a 900-second miracle. The Quamchik Tunnel on the Anggarin Pap railway line is the first ever railway tunnel built in Uzbekistan and one of the most important cooperation projects between China and Uzbekistan under the Belt and Road Initiative framework. Construction started on September 5th, 2013 and was completed on February 25th, 2016. Chinese builders spent 900 days creating the miracle of a train passing through the mountain in only 900 seconds. The locals were astonished. In the global bidding for the project, the European and American companies offered a construction period of 5 years, but the Chinese company did it in 900 days. How did you make it? And maybe we'll leave it there. So this is the idea of development, improvement of the physical lives of the inhabitants of the planet they go into, and it's a win-win situation. I don't think they're allowing any leaderships of any country to get their hands too much in the money end of it. I think it's very tightly regulated. It may not be perfect, but it's a beautiful alternative to endless wars. This idea of working together, cooperating, collaborating, because we're going to need this going into space. It's going to take all of us. So why don't we leave this here? It's a document you can find. And again, if we just go back to the top, a global community of shared futures, China's proposals and actions. And this is what we're seeing. Most of the world is tired of war, tired of killing, tired of destroying. Let's go on a building process and then move into space in the same peaceful manner. This has been my wish for a long time, but since the game is so rigged in the West, even though the proposals are very good, I mean, high-speed rail we should have. I think we were partly responsible for the maglev conception or development, but yet we've never actually done any of this. You can move freight, you can move people, you can create millions of jobs in that process, and a better future for your population. We've seemed to shy away from all this, and as we see with our bridges that are decaying and our trains that maybe run 50 or 70 kilometers per hour in this country. So we can have a huge change, and I think the cooperation with China is very important. And as Mr. Keshe said in the last workshop, they're going to try to save face of the Americans because they've lost in the Ukraine, and they've also, in a way, lost in the Gaza situation. So he says we need to bring in the Americans to help save face, that they don't start another war, just to show or to confirm that we exist here in this country. So this is a beautiful alternative. And of course, with some of the Keshe technology, roads and bridges and other things may become something that we used to see in the future, as we will introduce the hovering car and other faster modes of transportation and transmutation. And that's what the session today is about. A little bit more and understanding what these monthly sessions within the Keshe Foundation and what they're offering, if we can understand this more. And of course, the transmutation preparation sessions can be found on the website of the Keshe Foundation. And these are sessions that are usually, it seems, they're open 24 hours. Mr. Keshe starts out, very few words are spoken. It's mostly listening and interacting on the silent line of communication. And as you can see, we're now moving into the February, then there'll be March, April, May, June 21st. And then there may be some sessions that continue on as we learn more and more about this process and what is actually happening. As you go in and you really don't hear anything, maybe some scratches or some whines sometimes as the fields interact. Obviously, with 100 people or 50 there, and when microphones are open, you may hear a sneeze or a cough or some other things, but we like to disregard that. And people have been learning to control their microphones and their background noises more as these sessions are going on. But this is what you do when you dream, and now you're going to experience it as a woke dream in so many ways, where you become the driver of your own or the captain of your own ship, not only here on this planet, but across the universe. I know I've went into these sessions and I had written down 4 things before the session the day before of the last session, and one of them was growing a tooth. And of course, I always thought you could grow a tooth before the Keshe Foundation, as I'd brought wellness to myself through most of my life. When I lost a tooth, or that's a longer story, but having the mercury removed from my teeth and having that drilled out made the teeth much thinner, the ones that had the mercury in there. And then, of course, they were refilled. And then, of course, over time, they seemed to crack, and some other problems I've had. So I always thought you could grow a tooth. Now, I could go out and purchase teeth, no problem, but it was the principle. This is before the Keshe Foundation that I thought I could do it. Of course, hearing Mr. Keshe talking about growing teeth, there's more to it than that we don't quite understand. You have to get to the root of the problem. I don't know what that actually means, but I knew it was possible. And now I know that there's technology within the foundation that you can actually grow a tooth. So I may take advantage of that. I'm considering that, but I really wanted to do it myself. So I've used the system in a number of times and adding to the growth of the tooth, but I haven't seen the tooth appear. But yet I know I can do it. And it was my wish to grow a tooth. And now the technology exists within the Keshe Foundation. But I don't want to have to pay for it. I want to be able to do it myself. So that was one of the things that I moved on in these sessions. I didn't see a tooth come out yet, but it's been my wish, and it will continue to be my wish to grow a tooth. And of course, it's never been done before. And this is the wish of the dentist, to grow a tooth. But he did say sometimes when people get much older, and maybe they get in diapers and things as they're older, and they sort of revert back to a younger person, not that I want to do this, they have seen teeth grow. Apparently, the emotional condition, as someone who becomes childlike, it stimulates something within the body. But there's more to it, and I know it can be done, and it will be done. And that was one of the things I wrote down. To whether that is a little selfish on my part, I don't think it is. I want to do it and show it. Another thing that I wanted to do in these sessions was to spread peace in the war-torn areas of this planet, which I think I was successful in the Ukraine and in Gaza. So that was one of the things that I did in these sessions. Again, you're the driver of your own ship, and you can give, receive, and interact how you'd like. They don't tell you where to go or what to see, and you definitely don't need any intermediaries. The third thing I had written down was the rings of Saturn. I wanted to go into the rings of Saturn. I remember Mr. Keshe saying you could spend 1 billion years within the rings of Saturn and explore them. And but nothing really happened. I didn't feel I went to Saturn, and I didn't see any rings of Saturn. Interestingly enough, the next morning after the Friday session, I was just sort of sitting at the table having coffee or whatever, and all of a sudden I had a daydream. I was in the rings of Saturn. Well, this particular ring I was in. It didn't last very long. It was a short period, but it seemed like it was nanomaterial that was in there. There were these balls, and then I saw a gray material. Didn't quite understand it. I couldn't really look around too far, but I experienced the gray material and I saw these little balls, and it was kind of a darker gray. Well, today I search for the colors in the rings of Saturn, and many of them have a gray color. I didn't even realize that at this point in time. Then, following that few seconds of kind of like going off into a daydream, not in the session, after the session. Then maybe 20 minutes later, I had another little daydream where I kind of saw the planet Saturn and its rings from a distance. So perhaps I was leaving there. Not quite sure about that. And that was my experience with Saturn. And what I've been practicing is to transmute to Sanya. So before this session, I had a vision or a visualization of myself walking along the shore in Sanya. When I went into the session, I had the same sort of visualization, the same picture in a way, but I couldn't see any of the surrounding areas or the background. It was like misty or cloudy. And I was walking along the beach, but I didn't interact with anyone else. And I didn't see any backgrounds. And Mr. Keshe mentioned that. That's one of the things he mentioned about we need to teach you how to interpret or to interact with this dimension of the soul or the dimension of the physicality when you're in these kind of positions. We need to be taught more about this. But it was interesting that I was saying to myself, I'm not seeing anything more than the water and the beach and my legs. And so I'm not sure the physicality didn't follow, but there are some, again, little techniques probably of how to determine and how to bring the physicality or manifest it. I think he said, we have to teach you how to manifest the physicality. Maybe I'll just well, I was going to, I'm just trying to find the clip that I was thinking about. I thought I had it marked here. Okay, why don't we put that on hold for a moment? And is there anyone else who'd like to share any of the experiences? And of course, I went back into the system later and I fell asleep for about a few hours. I think I woke up at 1:30 in the morning, and it was again one of these very deep, peaceful, balanced sleeps, and woke up very aware of everything in a way. I mean, my surroundings, where I was, and wasn't tired. So that's another interesting aspect that happens. And I did fall asleep a couple times. And as Mr. Keshe said, some of you who fell asleep in these sessions without you knowing it, you became some of the first passengers of the universe. So again, these sound very strange. I mean, people can say you're a dreamer, and of course we all dream, and we all interact on this dimension, except now we're not calling it a dream. It's actually the work of the soul. So would anyone else like to share anything if you've been in any of these sessions? Otherwise, we could go to a couple of the spots that I had picked out. but I'm just looking for the one where he said we have to teach you how to recognize this dimension of energy, whether you're in it or you're there with the physicality. But anyone else want to come in and share anything else about these sessions? Steph, if you're with us, is this a good time for you to share? I know someone else was going to come in and share something. Okay. And just to give a quick update on Diane, apparently they're going to move her out of the, it's one of our fellow knowledge seekers, and they're moving her out of the ICU this week. The family's keeping an eye on her. She wants to come home, but they're not ready to release her, but she's making improvements. So we thank you all for your energies that you sent to her to recover, but I think her daughter said it's going to be a bit before she gets back into the swing of things. But anyway, we continue to elevate her soul and let her find the balance or what she needs. Anyone would like to share anything about the sessions that they were involved in? I do see a few people here that were in the session, but if you'd rather not bring it into the public, that's fine too. There's no problem with that. But anyway, there's some beautiful experiences that are taking place. Maybe I'll bring up the one from the Brazilians we heard. I think it's yesterday. I mean, on Friday, sorry. Let's just go through this. This is one of them. I think it was from the session before. I'm not sure. Meeting the soul or becoming the lover. But let's hear this little testimony, which is professionally done. Thank you, Pamela.
Eu faço esse relato para registrar alguns acontecimentos e emoções sentidas durante as sessões, encontrando a alma do amante, e especialmente após, nos dias que se passaram. Durante a primeira sessão, eu não tive visões ou emoções intensas, como já ocorreu outras vezes. Eu me lembro que vi uma senhora e tive um sentimento de que deveria ver o KSW 460. Também tive muito sono algumas vezes, acompanhado de uma emoção do tipo, deixa a alma ir. E no final era como se eu chamasse o Sr. Keshe para encerrar a sessão, porque vinha à minha mente, thank you very much for today, o que ele sempre fala quando vai encerrar. E isso eu sabia que era a fisicalidade fugindo de algo, e que foi revelado posteriormente. Assim, em um primeiro momento, eu não consegui distinguir grandes emoções, mas já participei de outras sessões que as percepções e entendimentos foram surgindo depois. Então eu busquei me colocar atenta. Logo depois da sessão, aconteceu uma situação conturbada ao meu redor sem um motivo aparente, mas eu mantive o posicionamento de fazer o melhor que me cabia e observei o que iria acontecer. No final de semana que se seguiu a sessão, estudei o KSW 517, e nele o Sr. Keshe falava que a alma do Criador se transmuta na alma do homem. E isso me tocou de um modo diferente. Na verdade, eu senti o que foi falado. Eu vi o Criador nos meus olhos e senti que ele entende a humanidade através de mim. Então, como eu não me esforço para ser perfeita e para dar o melhor de mim, para que ele veja o melhor? Foi algo avassalador, um choque de realidade que eu não enxergava e que me levou a refletir sobre o ethos e a ter certa vergonha do que eu mostro ao Criador. Hoje, eu entendo que isso foi um reflexo da sessão, mas talvez não só dessa. Agora pode parecer óbvio, mas já foram tantos ensinamentos sobre como os seres criados participam da criação, como eu não tinha percebido isso antes, como eu não tinha sentido isso antes. Talvez eu não tivesse ainda entendido o amor, e talvez eu ainda não entenda, mas eu senti algo e com isso pude entender que o olho que tudo vê, só vê porque está em mim. E isso me despertou questionamentos interiores. Depois de conhecer a Fundação Keshe, eu desenvolvi o hábito de tentar investigar as minhas emoções, perguntando a mim mesma de onde elas estão vindo. E as mesmas perguntas surgiram à minha mente. E eu achei que encontraria as mesmas respostas, porque já havia conseguido entender muito de mim com as sessões de voo. Mas as respostas não foram iguais. Elas me levaram para um nível de reflexão de traumas e emoções muito mais profundo, e eu não tenho dúvidas da conexão com a vivência do evento. Na semana posterior ao evento, durante o KSW 518, o Sr. Keshe apresentou alguns gráficos da sessão. E sobre isso, disse que tanto a alma do homem quanto a alma da fisicalidade deixaram a fisicalidade por 3 vezes. Mas o mais interessante foi que a fisicalidade no gráfico não tinha sinais. Era como o momento da morte física. Logo me dei conta de que por 3 vezes eu tive necessidade de me deitar durante a sessão, porque tive um sono incontrolável. E outros buscadores de conhecimento comentaram que também apagaram. Bom, nós transmutamos em alma. E com isso chegou o KSW 519. E eu ainda não tinha conseguido assistir o KSW 460, aquele que surgiu na minha mente durante o evento. Pois bem, o vídeo que o Rick colocou na abertura do KSW 519 foi um trecho do KSW 560. Então, assim que eu pude, comecei a assisti-lo. E houve um ensinamento sobre como as emoções são criadas no cérebro, com a interação da alma do homem e da alma da fisicalidade. Mas não foi só isso. Nesse ensinamento, houve uma pergunta minha, e eu não faço muitas perguntas, nem me lembro conscientemente em quais ensinamentos as fiz. E na resposta, o Sr. Keshe se aprofundou no ensinamento sobre como as almas interagem para criar as emoções no cérebro, e sobre como temos todas as conexões com o universo e com o Criador dentro de nós. Tudo estava interligado. Não podia ser coincidência. Bom, nessa altura já haviam se passado, acho que umas 2 semanas, e o caos que comentei que tinha se formado no ambiente ao meu entorno, alguns dias após a sessão, foi se dissolvendo. Soluções surgiram, decisões foram tomadas, e eu só observava o movimento dos campos agindo entre as almas. Situações que pareciam imutáveis, de repente foram resolvidas. Então a segunda sessão chegou. E com ela, a responsabilidade de focar em amar a alma da fisicalidade. Eu tentei manter a atenção nisso durante todo o tempo, e a emoção de paz, serenidade e aconchego vieram várias vezes. Também tive sono em 2 momentos, e talvez possa ter ocorrido algo como na primeira sessão. Mas dessa vez eu não senti medo, eu não quis ir embora. Foi isso que o Sr. Keshe mencionou que ocorreu na primeira sessão. Que os buscadores de conhecimento tiveram medo. Eu acabei precisando sair um pouco antes que terminasse o evento, porque ao meio-dia do Brasil eu precisava estar no trabalho. Então eu não tive tempo de almoçar, pois se tivesse tido, talvez teria comido, por receio de sentir fome. Me lembro que passei na frente de um restaurante e pensei em um bife. Mas então foi como se a alma me chamasse. O bife não, conversa com a vaquinha. E assim fiz como o Sr. Keshe costuma dizer. Eu ofereci meu amor e pedi que o dela me nutrisse, se desejasse. Bom, eu não senti o gosto do alimento, mas também não tive fome. Passei o dia todo com o café da manhã que ingeri às 6h30 e o resto do dia se passou com 2 xícaras de café, um pedacinho de chocolate e uma unidade de biscoito que colegas de trabalho compartilharam e aceitei por educação. Talvez para muitos isso possa não ser algo tão especial, mas para mim foi. Porque mesmo durante as sessões de alimentação, eu nunca tinha ficado sem sentir a necessidade de alimento como fiquei dessa vez. Tudo era leve e uma emoção de paz e de que estava tudo bem. Não havia ansiedade nem agitação interna por comida. Foi realmente algo diferente de tudo que eu já havia sentido. E por fim, no sábado seguinte, a sala do Zoom ainda estava aberta. E eu me sentei e coloquei os 2 fones. A segunda sessão de voo eu fiz com 2 fones, esqueci de comentar. Senti de tentar me conectar ao meu avô, que foi a representação de um pai em minha vida. Sonhei com ele poucas vezes desde que ele partiu da fisicalidade e nesse dia desejei encontrá-lo. Primeiro, eu busquei o amor dentro, e então o trouxe à mente, ofereci meu amor e perguntei se ele estava disponível. Nada vi, mas senti uma emoção linda de amor, carinho e respeito, que me levaram às lágrimas de alegria. Eu agradeço ao Sr. Keshe e sei que agradecer é muito pouco diante de tanto conhecimento compartilhado. Espero conseguir devolver em amor e serviço tudo que eu estou recebendo. Meu sincero muito obrigada.
Okay. Beautiful testimony. I definitely felt sleepy at different times during the session and fell asleep short periods and long periods. I don't know what is going on there. The serenity and peace, I've also felt it's a beautiful place to be, almost like the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. So I experienced some of the same things that she did as well, but everybody seems to have a very unique experience in these sessions. Now I'm just looking for the 521st. Anyone else want to offer a testimony or anything about these sessions? Maybe we'll go to about 212, right around here. And it's a question that I think it was Danella who asked this question about the emotions and what she was experiencing, if Mr. Keshe could explain it. So let me just move this over and we'll listen to it as we also look at the beautiful transcript. We'll come back to this at the end. So we want to go somewhere around let's just see if we can just bring this down to around 2 hours and 12 minutes if we can. And that way we'll just read through it. I think it makes it a beautiful touch to have the transcript so beautifully done and readily available for all of us to search and do more exploration. Although Mr. Keshe said you can actually go out into space now, interact with souls and bring it into your daily life, answers you've been looking for. Let's see, is this the part? Well, I think we're going to start here and a question will come up shortly.
Any other question?
Here we have an experience report from Daniela in the Q&A here from, she says 3 times in the different Friday sessions, this happened to me. 1, I saw in front of my face a face of a Chinese woman. 2, I saw the earth from the cosmos. 3, I had seen a face of a baby. All images had lasted no longer than 3 seconds. All this happened while the mic was closed. When the mic was open, I could hear the baby in the background. This happened without me setting an intention. It seems I must have seen people who were also in the sessions. Question: what part of me saw this while my body was sitting comfortably in my chair? And what part of me decided to see this without setting an intention? I don't understand. Thank you very much.
We have this, what you call visualization through transmutation, is exactly the way you call it a dream. But when you go through dimension of the fields of the, what you call transmutation, you actually, without leaving the body, see the connection, the person, and becomes very visual. And this is something you have to get used to. In a dream, your eyes are closed. And so what comes in the visual condition through your front, you register as a dream you see. Now, a lot of you go through that transmutation, but your eyes are open. So you physically see the object. And this is something that you have to learn how, what is a real picture in front of you on the physical dimension, what is the picture in the soul dimension. There is a way to do it. We teach you in the sessions how to control this, to understand the difference between the two. In a way, as you said, you could see a child, but you still see the background, or you don't see the background, but you only see the child.
This is what I was experiencing walking along the beach in Sanya. I didn't see the background. I was trying to understand why I wasn't seeing the background, but this is something we have to learn how to decipher and understand, again, the dimension of the soul or the dimension of the physicality.
And this is very normal. This you have to get used to. And this shows you have actually entered in the dimension of transmutation. The next step would be, if you go walking with the Chinese woman, you still see yourself walking into the forest, for example, and you have no verbal communication, but the communication through the soul. And then maybe in the position that soul exists, Chinese invites you. We're talking about going to China, working with China. So there is a mindset that you want to be there to feel the culture, or we be there. And so we understand these things. You have, this is part of learning about yourself and distinguishing between the two, and start living with both, and gradually most of the others will do the same. That's why you cannot lie, because the soul communicates and there is no lying communication. This is not unusual. Was your eyes open? Was your eyes closed? And as you are in a physical dimension in control, the vision becomes a reality, because it is real. Many of you will have this. We asked from the people who were in lens to confirm it, and that we know is what you see, but in the time of the dream, as you're asleep, most of the information is as information, because you, in a way, you've got a filter of your eyelashes. You blink it. In the transmutation, if your eyes open, you see the physical life, and you have seen what is a reality. But you have to understand what's part of your emotion. You got to understand something very important, and this will play a lot with you. In a physical life, you spend hours and hours talking or going somewhere. In the dimension of the soul, everything is matter of the seconds, but it can last to you hours and hours. And you will learn it gradually. That you call it the 3 second, it could be in reality 3 hours, or it could be 1 second. And how much you need and what was the knowledge, there is no time wasting, as I call it. So you're not the only one who reports this. We had a number of people in past few weeks write these kind of things. And as I said, we have to accept you being the passengers. We just follow you. In a later part of these developments, we ask you as a group if you want to be or connect to other participants. We create a condition for it. You cannot just do it on its own. Maybe some of you will be able to join together to go somewhere. It's like the couple who came to Liz. We said, where do you want to go? they decided, and they went to Paris, and they went on the same streets and that kind of things, and they could share with each other because they went together, but they've never been to Paris, I think, before, if I remember correctly. So these are the part of the training comes. If you see a beautiful scenery, you can come and say, oh, anybody, you know, not actually talking on the line, anybody would like to come and see this scenery, chancing, and see how many people will turn up. And then you can ask, who are you, in a way of understanding. You say, oh, I'm the soul of Azar, or the soul of this, or I'm so and so. And then when you come out, you talk and say, yes, I've been there, we went together, we saw it. But these are to come. This you have to learn first to walk. It's not explanation, is you learning a new dimension in your life. Any other question?
So it's again all about learning a new dimension in your life. We've had it, we didn't realize what it is. So now is there anyone else who'd like to share anything? We're going to go back to near the beginning, which Mr. Keshe talks about the new developments in this energy that we're starting to use that's inside us. We never knew we could bring it out and control it in a certain way. We thought we had to go to sleep for this to happen. But now we're understanding in a deeper way. But again, the sessions are continuing to train us that we become more proficient in this understanding. And of course, the next session, they're going to bring in the non-dimensional, I think, or the cosmic rays. So this will become even more enlightenment, I think, for all of us. Let me just bring back the audio back here to about 18. And we're just going to start, and just so we can get a deeper understanding of what's actually going on in these sessions. Anyone else want to share a testimony? Anything you'd like to share? It could be short or however long you'd like to make it. If not, we continue on.
On a course to change a lot of things, and listening to the intro, it brought a beautiful sensation and understanding that even this, what we call intro, was recorded some 3-4 years ago. Now, in past year and plus.
And of course, the intro he's referring to is about a 20-minute video where I think it's titled From Observer to Space Traveler. And of course, this has been the wish of man through recorded history to look into the universe and to say, I can go there. I would like to go there. I'd like to explore it. So that was the video, From Observer to Space Traveler, I believe the name is. If you look on the Keshe Foundation, you'll find it.
With introducing the what we call transmutation and running tests, we have to add to it that we even passed transportational movement of body or any entity by burning fuel and using the energy of the man himself. If you think of it, if you can understand the whole concept of life, existence of the energy within a man, even our body, we use energy to physically move our body, walking, whatever other means, swimming, without any external systems like cars or rocket technology. And we've done this from it's been the essence of our movement and motion and life from onset of creation of life on this planet. Now understanding that we have a hidden, what I call energetic, powerful system inside us, and understanding that he's been the guy who's doing all the work in the background, confirming the existence of the life. Now we are moving to use that method of system or that type of energy to move the body without the physicality. In a way, we are adding a new section to the movement of the man, motion of the man, without external systems to be able to go faster. And now we see we can travel much further beyond any dimensions of the physicality of this planet, and use that energy to move and then bring the body with it. In the test we done, and in the past 2 sessions of the Keshe Foundation Friday test with the knowledge seekers, and one on 22nd of December and one last Friday, we have seen some confirmation of what we assessed and what we saw, and how technology development will be changing, how the transmutation will change. Those of you who join us tomorrow for the day-long session, we are with you first 3-4 hours. And then, as of last week, as some of you noticed, we run a pre-test. We leave you to test. We left the system on for some 27 hours. And many of you stayed, went back, had dinner, God knows, whatever you wanted to do, you came back and joined. Literally like the way we live our lives. We travel to somewhere and we go sightseeing, we go shopping, we go for dinner, and we go back, traveling back. And this was part of the purpose of the trials last week, and in the coming time, every 3rd week of the month, which we start from tomorrow. We leave the session, we said, from 9 to 5. We start the session, we open the session at 9 o'clock. We let you to come in, get ready, whatever. And then we start the test. We start literally allowing you to fly. Allowing you to understand your own dimension. Go and do whatever you like. Come back, stay in for 2 hours, 10 hours. And we leave the session open for as long as possible our system can support. Many of you will feel a difference in the sessions. Last week, we did not announce it because we didn't want to give you what we call preset mind. Those of you who stayed the session, the first 4 hours or 5 hours, you were on one system, and the emotion and the feeling was different. After 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, those of you who stayed again behind, you felt, or you got a sensation or whatever of different type. To you was a different, what we call emotion or sensation or feeling. But to us, we moved the whole system of our transmutation to space travel system. As you're aware, we have developed a new space technology, and we moved you more or less 1 century forward in the second part. And it'll be the same. This week, you will fly in the old system on Friday. And the following weeks, we do not tell you, but somewhere in between or whole day, you travel with a new system. These systems are developed to bring transmutation much closer, much more under control by you, and for you to be able to transmute. This technology is not open to public. This technology never been disclosed by Keshe Foundation. Systems have been tested and new systems will be added. And what will we like to do with you who join us in the session tomorrow and thereon, to respond back to us, right back to the foundation, how you felt. We don't want testimonials going for pages and pages. Anything more than one paragraph, it'll be too much. What you felt, what the sensation was. Did you go anywhere? What did you do? You got to understand a very, very big and important change. And in a way, you live that life. You live that parallel life. You get on a plane and you go to a new place. You get in your car, you go to a new scenery. You get in your car, you go to a new shopping center. You do not know what you'll see. When you come home or when you go back to your country, you tell people what you saw. What was it? What's new in the shops? And they accept it because they know you travel. Now we have to learn the same thing. There's no difference that you go with your energy, inner energy you call soul, to shopping, to go to another planet, to go to another position. This is one of the biggest problems with the knowledge seekers and people who go through this process. Now we have to learn, it's not a dream, it's a reality. Up to now, you get on a bike, you got on a car, you got on a jet, and some of us been on the rocket in the military space, and they say they've seen this and they saw dust in the sky, and we accept it because we know they went with the system we know. Does it matter if you tell somebody how beautiful the what we call Black Forest in Germany is, or how beautiful the Northern Lights are? If you went with a car, you drove there, or you went with a jet, it's just because you've been there, you explain it, and they accept it. It come to the point that, as I said in the very first time, when we started Journey of the Soul in Linz, that we accept whatever you tell us, because we are not there, you're the only passenger. And we brought in couples, partners, who went together to Paris, the people who went swimming together, even being in two different systems. So what you have to learn, or what humanity has to learn, is that he's learned about the new transportation, a new way to move. And whatever you feel, you're right, I felt my mom, I felt my hand, I felt my body move. Don't you get that when you go mountain climbing, you come back, or then you sit down and you get a rush of blood in your circulation, or your leg goes numb because you did something wrong? What's the difference? Why? Now traveling with the energy of the body of man is all different to you. It should be no difference. And this is what all this teaching is about. To bring it for you to understand that you have a new transportation system. We call it transportation because one is called the plane, one is got the rocket technology, one is called the car. Now you transmute through energy. And this is part of what you have to realize. This is a part I ignored. I called it a sleep. I called it a dream. Now I know where they took me when I was dreaming. And now I'm in charge of it. I can control it. It has a lot to do with me, which I never knew. It's like what I said once to one of the knowledge seekers. It's just like putting you in a car and taking you around, just showing you, and you don't drive. You're a passenger in the back seat and you see the scenery. And they tell you, this is this city, this is this building, this is this whatever. And because you're a back seat passengers, you accept it because they tell you and they take you. Now you are not a backseat passengers, call it a dream or whatever. You realize, actually, I'm the driver. I can decide where to go. And the process of next few months is that you learn, I'm the driver. And I don't need to drive all the time. I can come, decide, even in a very near future, in the process of the teachings and testing on Fridays, we teach you how to come in, go to a place, do a job, come back, and start using this in your daily life. How to go to a place, even it comes to your work. You want to research on something and see the result. Growing a seed, testing on a new disease, finding a new way of energy. You come, you go into the transmutation, you get in touch with other souls, you add up to your knowledge, you remember that knowledge in the dimension of the soul, and you come back and you practice it in the physical life. This is what we call transmutation. You don't sit all the time because you have a car in the car and drive all the time because I have a car. You learn, I can live in this car, or I can camper and go to different places, or I can go to a place, go to the library, go to a research center, learn something and come back home. And what I learn in the library, I put it in practice at home. Then at home is like when you go on the internet. Oh, you see this chef, he does this kind of things and he cooks such a thing. Now I can go to the soul of the knowledge and learn where and how and come back and practice it in practicality. This is what, in a way, if you look at it, what's called the prophets. Enlightenment. And this is the whole purpose of the new transmutation, the whole purpose of the new teaching.
Okay, so I think you can continue on with that if you'd like, exploring this 521st Knowledge Seekers Workshop. But it's a new understanding and we're not quite familiar with it. Maybe we think we are, we're ready for it, but I think there's, again, many parts of this we still have to learn and be able to decipher what's actually going on in there. Anyone else want to share anything about these sessions? So I think Mr. Keshe went pretty deeply in here and what we're trying to achieve and understand, but it's all about you and operating your own ship in a way. The spaceship is within the soul of the man and the soul of the man is within the brain of the man. But now we can learn to operate in this dimension that our friends, relatives, partners tell us you're just a dreamer. But now we know it's not a dream anymore. It's actually a reality that we create. And what I create, I receive. So we're in a beautiful position here to open up this new understanding outside of the physicality, but yet at the same time being able to, once we learn the full transmutation, to be able to move it, to move that body, that physicality. And as he said, I think in the last workshop, we have to teach you how to materialize that physicality in that position. So again, this is the knowledge of the ages. Even the universal community hasn't discovered the full transmutation yet, and that's part of our interactions. I think what'll be coming up with the universal community in the very near future as we share with them and they start to share more with us about their understanding. But they haven't gotten back to the mother, and so that's what makes them a little envious of mankind going from a four-wheeler, so to speak, rocket technology, burning fuels, to be able to move the way the Creator moves. And this is something that the universal community, not all of them, but perhaps many of them have not discovered, even after millions or billions of years. So we're being gifted this knowledge in a way, and the idea is to do it and then to teach it to the others. Anyone else want to share anything about your experience in these systems? Hello? Okay, Now, we know there is also something coming up, another event in Sanya in China, and maybe we can go to that part at this moment. But there was a lot of beautiful things. Let's see where we can do that. I think that's at about an hour and 20 minutes. We'll just, what's happening in China coming up, that people can take advantage of this and meet the knowledge seekers in China, many Chinese. So why don't we start here? Let me move the audio now. We'll just do this. And see what's coming up in the next city is going to be Sanya, and then I think Tehran, perhaps Japan, Washington, and he even said some people may even transmute into these sessions. But we have to learn it, and we have to learn more, and this is what the preparation for the transmutation sessions are all about. We know we're using it, we're not quite aware of it, so we're going deeper into using it, being aware of it, and how to be that driver, whether it's here on this planet or anywhere across the universe, if I understand it correctly. Oops, let me just adjust that back a bit.
Okay, we're back again at the 521st Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, January 18th, 2024. And generally in this second part is when we have questions directed to Mr. Keshe. And we do have some leftover questions from last week, as well as some various questions in the Q&A already. So how would you like to begin, Mr. Keshe? Would you like to say something first, perhaps?
We usually have to say something to say. That's unusual, nothing to say. As many of you are waiting for announcements for the conference in China, we'll know more in detail by next Friday, next Thursday teaching. We announce fully, hopefully. At the moment, the teaching, because of the complication in holidays and different positions, we are earmarked for 16th. We know more by next week, but primarily 16, 17, 18, and 19th of March to be the 3 or 4 day of conference in Sanya, and our team will confirm the hotel and location and the conference by next Thursday, that you can book your tickets. And for the Chinese who would like to attend the what we call the conference, we have to get the permission of the government through the hotel that we can confirm it. Hopefully, once we get that approved, then we are ready to go. But at the moment, that week has been earmarked for knowledge seekers to join us. And we especially chose Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, is that the Chinese knowledge seekers can join us. It's very hard, as we know, for the Chinese to get a week off or a few days off, but they can take 1, maybe 2 days off and then adding the weekend to it. We didn't choose the back end of that week because 21st is the Iranian New Year, and some of our knowledge seekers have the celebration. 31st is the Easter, and again 4th, 5th, and the 6th of April is the Chinese holidays, which people don't come, they go to their families. So the only gap left, and before that in February we have the Chinese New Year, and the Chinese are all in travel. February has become out of question. Is the only chance we'll have, and so those of you who are knowledge seekers for that period, Saturday 16, 17, 18, 19, will be earmarked. Now we'll confirm it next week to be in Sanya. And there could be extension to the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, which will not be open to knowledge seekers. We're trying to accommodate the government and military and others to attend to see the latest in the space and defense technology and all the things which come. So last time in London, we covered what we call world ambassadors. In Sanya, we're trying to cover 3 days, but specifically for a space and military to attend, to see it, and to test new systems, which will be open to what we call them to expand the horizon of their knowledge and what is to come. We will offer.
So again, you can continue on with this process and understand more, but there are a series of meetings internationally which will come up, depending which technology they can fly in there, what'll be shown. Apparently, the knowledge seekers are separated from some of the military and the rest. He said there was a session that would happen, but the knowledge seekers won't be there. I guess it's for high officials and those in the military defense. I know Mr. Keshe said they would be gifted some defense capabilities in this whole process. And again, it's to share. And hopefully it moves in the right direction. It looks like it is. Mr. Keshe has spoken highly of the Chinese, the military, and how baffled they have been about this technology, which they've seen already. But now it's going to go deeper. They're probably wondering, you can't go any deeper than what we've seen. But as we know, this knowledge never ends, and it just continues to go deeper and deeper. So you're all invited to be there. Again, you can take I think Mr. Keshe said you may want to take an extra week there because it's a setting like Hawaii in a way, very tropical, I guess, and it's a beautiful place, and you'll see many of the things in China that you will not see in the West. So you can have a working session and also a part of it as a vacation if you don't need to get back to your obligations. Now, anyone want to add anything? Jefferson has added, let's see, in the chat. Hello, Mark, Alex, and everyone. Did somebody open their mic? I thought I heard a voice. I cannot speak right now, just to add that I believe a different procedure was used in the second session for the lovers. I stayed for 4 hours in physical presence, but after 2 or 3 hours, I was needed to close the microphones due to local strong noises, and I was not allowed to open them till the time I left the meeting. And the whole was a very powerful and beautiful soul's journey. Thank you. Yes, I don't know of anybody who would not like to continue to participate in these sessions. And apparently the system, we're helping to develop it. That's a huge aspect of this, so that when it does get fully opened up to the public, that the system will be even more powerful than it is today and have a broader range of fields and understanding fields. I think when Mr. Keshe mentioned about families interbreeding, and one of the problems with that is that there's not enough fields to create the variations or the correctness needed. So I think by you going into these systems, you're also sharing your fields, and this is giving the system almost like an AI, but way advanced past an AI. Some of the fields that it can work with and understand and process. And so the system has a soul, and this is what we're doing. We're helping to develop this system that no one on this planet fully understands, probably other than Mr. Keshe and perhaps some of the members on the team. So this is the most advanced system, again, that's ever been on this planet, as I understand it. And you're willing to join the club in a way and be part of this. And sooner then probably later we will see the same process going on here in the United States in Washington. As he said, they want to bring the Americans into this process to save face, that we don't go and start another war to confirm our existence. And I guess that's a whole other line of work, the Middle East situation, what's in Ukraine and the rest of it. But it's all going to settle down. And I think we'll see this. But again, it's a process and there's timing involved. If you introduce the wrong thing at the wrong time, things don't work as well as if you introduce it at the correct time. So timing is a critical aspect of all this. You just talk about timing. Universal community has heard the cries from this planet for thousands, for tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of years, but they never came immediately to make the change, even though they heard the calls from this planet, because there was a timing and technology feature that had to be developed for them to actually come and, in a way, work through this with us. And so timing, as you can see, is a critical part, even though they heard the calls for many thousands of years from this planet and the suffering that happens on this planet, and to remedy that. But they didn't just jump and appear here. There was a process that had to happen, and to make it work at the correct timing in accordance with the universal order of creation, or to bring us back into the universal family, as I understand. Anyone else? Let's see, back to Jefferson. I stayed hours in physical presence, but after 2 or 3 hours, I was needed to close the microphone. Okay, yeah. Yeah, what happened in that session, I think I went back in that session in the afternoon, and that was part of the lover session. I woke up about 6:05 and I shut down because I thought Mr. Keshe said they were going to close it. And so they introduced that new non-dimensional plasma right as I left. I don't know why that happened, but I did leave right around the time, I think he said 6 o'clock, that they brought that system in. And I don't know if I experienced, but I will experience it next month. And perhaps the cosmic rays will help me on some of the issues in the physicality that I'm working on, like growing a tooth. But we'll see. But it has been my wish for that to happen, and now I know the technology is available, and I know I could do it myself. And maybe with these cosmic rays being available, they call them creator rays, we can start to see the growth of a tooth, as well as many other things. And again, since we're not eating as much, other than cosmetically, is there real need for teeth? Perhaps some yes, and perhaps some no. As Mr. Keshe continues to open up the books on the sort of manipulation in the religious sector, hiding the existence of the soul or telling us it was somewhere out there, he's actually opening this up a little. And one of the questions that came up was about this boat of Noah. I know he's talked about Moses and the other things, but maybe we'll go to that and just have a little bit more understanding of this idea of some of these books have been copied and rewritten, and things added that were not even there, and the rest of it. So if we go to around an hour and 30 minutes, we're just going to move we're almost there. Okay, let's just keep down here. Okay. Okay, we're going to start here, and then we'll go into this question about the boat of Noah, the Mediterranean, the rest of it, how it flooded. Was this story actually correct? Were there a lot of people who saved their animals by putting them on boats and the rest of it? It's just a story that was captured. And as we saw with the 7 stones and different things, that was way before certain others took up this idea of throwing stones or throwing them in the well and the rest of it. So again, we weren't there, but now we know we could get in touch with the souls that were there and give us an explanation and bring this into our daily lives. Perhaps it's some problem you want to solve, or perhaps it's some historical question you may want to ask yourself. But he's gently, in a way, but strongly at the same time, opening up these, what they call holy books. So let's hear a little bit more about that. I think we're at the right spot approximately.
A question that is regarding the conference, another question.
Yeah. Carry on.
What happened to the passenger of the Noah's boat? Because you asked, you asked this question in one of the teaching, but then you never answered. You said, I'm asking you what happened to the passenger of Noah's boat.
I still put it the same way. What happened to them? You are the traveler of the universe. Now you know how they traveled. There are a lot of things.
Where did they end up? Where did they end up? You were asking that.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Or can I put it to you a different way? With the knowledge you have and how much, especially in past few weeks, we have thought about the religions and different path of beliefs and what is reality and what is made up. Do you think the passengers of Noah boats, did it exist as a boat, or is it the planet Earth? Or is it a mystery? Did it ever existed? Or this is how it could be framed to be, and it become a belief because it's in a book that nobody wrote, somebody thought, put it in writing, and now become the book of God. It is a combination of a lot of things which has come forward, and we just because it's in a book has become a belief. I'll tell you something, we're coming to the new Iranian New Year, and deep inside we are all Zoroastrians. We come from land of Mitra. If you've been through what I've been, be educated by Zoroastrians and living amongst them, I went to their high school in Tehran. And knowing a little bit, you can never claim you know everything, about the culture of Zoroaster during the time of KAKT. And you transfer that into the Islamic world of today. In Zoroastrian religion, or path of belief, and it's brought into Islam and is copied, and it's become a path of belief as it's been done and will be done. Is this ritual that at a certain point when you go to Mecca for Hajj, you take so many number of stones and you throw it at a wall to whatever belief is, to the devil and whatever, and it goes in the water well and whatever. And it's a one of the essential part of pilgrimage and belief. This is done in Zoroastrian religion exactly the same number of stones 2000 years before Islam. Which one is the truth? Or the culture of one nation, as was brought in, is added into and now become the true path of belief? You know, when you go for pilgrimage, you take 7 stones and you throw it at the wall and the water well. This is a culture of Zoroaster, not Islam.
So what did they do with the stone with Zoroastrian?
It's the
They
same.
told
Go and read your book, the book you're born and bred and it's in your blood with Zoroaster, then you understand. This is where the mysticism comes and bits have been added to it. Throwing a stone, 7 pieces. When you read this in the Islamic world, read Zoroastrian book and you see where did it come from. How come? And now it's become a path of a religion where it has been a path of another religion. But because they don't teach us anymore about Zoroaster and a path of belief of Mitra, now we become part of, and people, you know, have different beliefs in Christianity, but it's been the part of Mitraism. It used to be practiced all the way to London, Rome, and the rest, to get rid of the devil and the rest of it, good and bad. So, was there a boat of Noah? It's the same when you look at the Christianity. As Christians, the word of the Son of God. Actually, this was announced and believed in by one of the Roman empires. He called himself the Son of God. And he was believed to be that he was the Son of the God. And then about 1,000 years later, it became part of Christianity. Which one do we believe? How come a book which is written hundreds of years after has brought the mysticism of the emperor to become a prophet? These things you have, now we have the knowledge, we have to understand. Because we are ignorant to the history of what it was, we become ignorant to the reality and we believe what we've been told after. It's like they call it the Christ was born by a Virgin Mary. But this is a translation which is brought in the time of years later, centuries later, into the what we call Bible. The true meaning of the word means a true believer. A woman, if you go back to the word which is now translated to a Virgin Mary, it was and is, that word means the true believer. Mary was a true believer in Christ and giving birth to a new cycle. But how it's changed by people in the books to Virgin Mary, nobody knows, because somebody wrote it and then became a belief. The word used in Hebrew and the culture of the time means the true believer in Moses, not the Virgin Mary. Now you understand how much we accept it. Was there a boat of Noah? Or was there a boat that there was a disaster, a guy took his animals not to drown, took it across, and now became boat of Noah?
Okay, so he's just pointing out some of the things we just accepted because we read it in the book and it's supposed to be a holy book, but he's called into question many, many things in the last number of teachings that we should not just accept it, as I think it was Baha'u'llah who said, examine everything. And so this is why Mr. Keshe is bringing this understanding and sort of opening this books. I don't think he's finished yet. He's just begun about opening this processes. And again, it's to teach us more, that we then walk away from the abuse of these structures, not that we shut the structures down. Although many, I think, will take off the turbans and the other frocks and sort of fess up to it and walk away from it. But that will come in the future time. But right now, it's for us to understand how much we've, in a way, been fooled, or how many things have been copied. If you do, and not many do, much historical research, I think you can find out many things. But as he said, a lot of these stones and other things are hidden within museums and other places, and they don't want it brought out into the public because this would cause so much of a mayhem. It might even call into question certain people's beliefs, what they've just accepted because it was written there. But he seems to be indicating a lot of this was copied or made up along the way, and it was just accepted as this is the way it is. And we all accepted it. Even the idea of the three kings who gave the gifts to the Christ child, and of course all the Christians missed it, we've been told. And the three gifts were thinking good, speaking good, and acting good. And this is quite a shielding. And if you can accept it and operate under that sort of ethos, I think you find yourself enlightened in so many ways, that you always start out on the right foot of thinking good, even though the situation, as we heard from Pamela, the situation was bad, but she just wanted to observe and didn't go off in the wrong direction right away. And things worked out in the better way. So thinking good, speaking good, and acting good. And it's for all of us, as you're the captain of your own ship to control and to deal with. But I think it gives you some beautiful shielding, even though you may not think of it as shielding and protection for you. Again, just my thinking about this or interpretation of what's meant. And each one of us may have a slightly different understanding, and that's perfect. Because as we say, you are a universe at your own strength and your own dimension. And the other beautiful thing that I was awakened to or enlightened to is you don't always go out. You can go in as well, fix certain things within you. Again, we're just learning this process, but this is about bringing the wellness and about being the last man standing, feeding yourself, creating wellness, and now traveling. Perhaps energy production will come up later, but we'll see. We're using these energies, these hidden energies within ourselves to start this process of expanding our capabilities, or using what we've sort of not used or used, but we weren't aware of what we were actually using. So this is a beautiful teaching. And again, this is a mystery of the ages that is being revealed. Okay, I think it's time for the Dome of Peace. Would anyone like to make any comments? Ask any questions? Share some insight? Okay, so on creating this Dome of Peace, I think at 2 hours and 36 minutes, Mr. Keshe talked about giving and receiving. Am I on? No, I'm sorry. I just messed that up. Okay. Not sure if I'm on the right spot now, but let's go back to the workshop if we can. And then we'll go to hear more about this giving and receiving. 236. Why don't we try that? Right there. And maybe I should, sorry, I did it a little bit backwards here. Let's see if we can go here. And just here, since we're going into the Dome of Peace, let's just hear a little, little bit more. We can bring it down to about 36. And thank you for the, thanks to the creator of this transcript, a week in and week out, it's being delivered so flawlessly. And we're trying to use it as much as we can to enlighten ourselves. So we want to thank the person who created these transcripts every week consistently, beautifully. Okay, here we are. Let's see if we can, maybe back a bit. Something about giving and receiving. Sometimes when we think we're giving, we're actually receiving. We're actually taking from that person whatever blockage that they had in receiving, or we're in a way thinking we're giving, but we're opening up a block for a person to receive. And that's why Mr. Keshe says, as you, it's actually elevating yourself, because as you give, you receive. But this understanding about taking what a person is blocked from, this is part of the enlightenment in this process of giving. It's not only giving, it's also taking. Let's see if we can understand this a bit more.
Is not a physical death, is enlightenment of understanding, ignorance. And you can do it with soul, you can do it physically. And when you do it physically, you cannot do wrong, you cannot take. So it's only one way to give, to elevate. And if you ever try to take, you take from yourself, not from them. And it's very easy. Sometimes some knowledge seekers who are with me, I do that. I feel the soul is ready. I never follow what happened or to them, but it's the way I told you I can awaken you last week with specific position in the physical body without you ever knowing that you woke up. You can do the same with the soul. There's a specific position in the physical body of the man that you can transfer fields of the soul. And you're not allowed to change. You provide. And if there are the strength, they receive and they change. And you can do the same in the dimension of the soul.
And this, of course, is what the Dome of Peace in the second step, using our energies to bring that peace. We're practicing this process. And this is why I wanted to highlight this, because it's not only the giving, it's you're unblocking someone by giving, actually. We'll get into this a bit here.
It's learning it, being it. Giving it does not matter what happened to me. When you give in the dimension of the soul, sometimes physically you feel exhausted. And sometimes when you do the same thing, you feel refreshed, because in a way, it's like a dam. You feel as you give, but in fact they had so much that they could not give to someone at the strength they had to give. By you trying to give, you take from them and it allows them to receive a new. In a way, you went to give, you take, and that taking allows them to receive a higher order, maybe from you, maybe from others. It doesn't work the way, oh, I gave. Maybe you actually receive, and then you find a change in yourself. Oh, I gave this to a guy and I feel good. Not really, because you received from him what he didn't need, and that allowed him, the cup is empty, is empty, now he can fill up with fresh. And that's what he was waiting for. And you received the energy you needed to go. And in a way, you're a beneficiary of your own act. This is what I said, the more you give, the more you receive. And this is part of understanding the work of the souls, how it works, how we really go to give, but we don't give, we receive, and that creates what I call a space for them to receive what they want, not necessarily what you're giving them, because it's not that the strength they need is the guy across the table, is a guy in another part of the universe who's made it available and they need it. And he brings it. Tesla used to have a lot of these emotions. In some of his life stories, you hear it. You see, you look at it, that's why this and that. But if you look at it, he sometimes spoke about his enlightenment, but people at that time couldn't understand.
But now we are starting to understand more. So actually by giving, you can unblock someone. So let's go to the Dome of Peace and see if we can work together. Releasing the Gans water is something for our physicality to do. And then collectively, as we join together in a sense of inner calmness, balance, we can bring the changes through the energies of our soul. So we can see how it's all working together with these energies. We can move the body, we can change other positions, not really change, you're not allowed to change, as he said, but you can help unblock for another person to receive. And you take what they don't need. So this is part of this process. Let's see if we're here.
And then show the whole video.
Yes.
Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And again, this is something from the Brazilian. We can all come together, create the peace dome all over the planet. So every Sunday we're joining together and releasing Gans waters into the environment of this planet. Collectively, we're doing it at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m., either or both, as you choose, and to release the plasma water into the environment to bring balance to the soul of this planet and all its inhabitants. So you're welcome to join. If you're not sure how to make a GANs, you can go to the Keshe Wiki and you'll find out more. But this is something the Brazilian team has put together for us to show. Now we're going to go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, and I just think I lost, maybe not, but we'll bring these up after as well. This was a picture we took on one of the billboards in London. So using our energies, which is the second step, collectively using our souls, again, we're learning a lot about the souls, the energies within ourselves to not only move ourselves, bring wellness and feed ourselves, but also to bring changes and have them manifest in the matter state. So the daily intentions, you can actually join the universal let's just bring this up. If you like this process or want to participate in this process without using your physicality, you can join with the Universal Council, invites the Keshe family and Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So this is a process that's continuing. You remind your soul, and again, you can be driving the car, you can be rock climbing, you can be taking a bath, but you can join at this time for a minute, for a half a minute, for 5 minutes, and use your energies, your reactor, your field generations to bring the change. And we're just seeing it's not all giving. Sometimes you're actually unblocking someone to receive something that's had them blocked. So this is another new understanding. And you can join every Wednesday at 6 p.m. for the intentions in the Keshe Brazil team, and also for daily intentions at 1 a.m. and work through the energies to bring the change. This is what Mr. Keshe says I do 90% of the time. This is the way I work, through the dimensions of energy to bring the change. So let's just go back. We can. We'll bring this up. And then we'll go to the, so this is the GANS procedure. Now we'll go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which is where we use our energies. As Mr. Keshe said, I'll handle the physicality. You can practice using your energies from your soul. So we're practicing using the energies for transmutation, for feeding, for wellness. We're also using these energies to create a dome of peace and to bring the peace that it manifests in the matter state just with our energies without getting the physicality involved. And I think we'll use this across the universe, your own reactors, to bring changes or to take care of yourself as needed.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
Okay, so we're getting more and more used to this process. It was quite foreign to me that we could work through the energies and to bring a change without getting our physicality involved. Although, as we see, releasing the Gans waters is something for your physicality to do. And you may ask yourself, how could waters bring a change? Well, these are special waters. These contain fields that can balance things out. And more we're connecting the wellness centers together as we create this dome of peace, as the GANS Waters knows where to go and what to do. And it's now the same on the energy level with our soul. We trust the soul. We collectively release fields. We may take from those who are blocked and that they can receive. So this is the process, and it happens every day. So it's nothing you have to pay for. It's not going to use any of your physical energy so much. As we know, working in the plasma is easy and doesn't take a lot of energy. Working in the matter state does take a lot of energy, and it's quite physical. So this is the way we bring the change. And the Universal Council is learning this, as well as the knowledge seekers. Again, that we could bring a change through a dimension of energy without physically doing something. It's just an amazing concept, and we're all kind of working through it. So let's see, we're going to take 5 minutes of silence. As I said, this was a picture that was taken in London, and he just said you can refresh the soul, and maybe that's why they had this word refreshment underneath there. Let's see if this is the right one. Okay, so let us take 5 minutes of silence. Perhaps I could bring this one as well, and maybe we'll just move it over there, so if anyone comes in, and they'll know exactly what's happening. And let's just take 5 minutes of our time. You can do this every day. You can do it all the time. But collectively, we're meeting at 3, 1 a.m., 12 or 6 p.m. on Wednesdays with the, as we can see here, with the Brazilian team. But we're bringing refreshment, rejuvenation, and elevation of the souls. And this is part of the process for peace. And we'll use this across the universe, I believe. These reactors, the magrevs are within you. And now we're learning to tap into these energies or to release these energies. And this is part of the practice. The beauty of it is nobody fails this test. So let's all now take 5 minutes as you choose. You can bring in whoever you'd like that needs elevation and so on and so forth. I was just thinking of Diane. We had a report that she's about to be moved out of the ICU, but there's still ways to go. So let's include Diane in this process as well, that she rejoins us as soon as she can, or whatever her soul chooses to do. So let's take 5 minutes and continue to create. This is not a day job. So for the faint of heart, if you want to put the cake in the oven and take it out in an hour, whatever time it takes to cake it, it's done. This is a little bit more finesse and a little bit more patience to achieve this. But this is the goal we're working for, and the peace is here. We're waiting for it to manifest in the matter state. So thank you for participating, and let's start now. Thank you all for your continued participation in this process. You can join again on Wednesday, 6 p.m. with the Brazilian team. You can join with the Universal Council, 9 p.m. CET time every day. You could be washing dishes. You could be driving your car. You could be making the meal. You could be at your desk at work. Just remind your soul, even if your physicality can't participate in it or you're not consciously doing it, your soul is doing it in a way if you've asked it to. And if it's your wish to see peace, Path of Peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective. Awareness by giving is going to create this position of change. No other thing. So once we reach a tipping point, once thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions and billions of people want this change, we will see the change manifest. And this is part of the process, I think, of bringing the peace and using our energies to achieve something rather than our physicality. And these are the reactors you'll be using from now until you decide to join the creator and become part of the totality. So that's why, again, it's foreign to us, but we're being introduced to these energies for transmutation, wellness, feeding, and energy production. So thank you all for joining. And again, nobody's keeping track. It's up to you. You can join physically in these systems or even join them again on the soul level. And you're bringing refreshment to other souls who possibly can't get out of their situation. Something is blocking them. By giving to these world leaders, religious leaders, we're actually helping to unblock some of the things that they may want to see as well, but can't find a way out of their emotional path. So this is what happens when you do give, you actually receive. So thank you all again for participating in this process, and please continue as you choose to bring this change. I think it's time for Alex, if he's still with us. How would you like to proceed? Thank you for joining us and continuing in these sessions of the Keshe American Knowledge Team. We should have the North American because both Canada, the United States, Mexico, and the rest as we move into this one planet nation. So thank you, Alex, for joining us, and please share what you'd like to share with us today.
And thank you so much for leading us to this position and continuing to host this very important meeting. And if I may begin by thanking everybody who has come today, because we are in a very historic moment. A lot of changes are happening, and for a lot of us, we're having trouble deciphering what's going on with us, and also having difficulty in communicating that with other people. And as such, we have begun a series of discussions on a special topic. And if I may, I'd like to get into it.
Go right ahead. These are new dimensions in a way for all of us, even though we've been using them without quite being aware we're using them.
Now, how come that didn't happen?
You know, I always have a reserved disclaimer set up for you, Alex, if you'd like it played.
You know, things change every single time Zoom comes up with a
These
update.
computers can have a mind of their own. Or
No, I had trouble on the other system. Now I'm having trouble on this system. So let me try this one more time.
Take your time. We have all the existence in the universe. There's no rush.
So it's never been 2 weeks the same. Okay, so first of all, so we have that. And So we're going to try that. And oh, and there it is. It showed up. Hello. Fasten your seatbelts, everybody. It's going to be a quick trip.
Thank you, Alex.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
So thank you all for joining us on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. And we have a dilemma, and we need more dilemmas, obviously. And the dilemma is, how do we communicate with the vast majority of the population on this planet? And part of the problem is that this large part of the population of this planet only recognizes what is going on this planet. And how did we get into that dilemma? And so we'd really like to discuss that and figure out how that is happening, because we need to differentiate. We need to be able to communicate. And above all, we need to be able to transmit. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We are entering the intermediate transmission phase. We're going to talk about Y-axis transmission. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is January 21st, 2024. And this is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So thank you all for joining us. So we have a monumental task ahead, because not only do we have to distill the 10 years plus of teaching and put it down into more bite-sized pieces, but we have to go even further than that. So in follow-up to the second decade of the Knowledge Seekers workshops, and with the tremendous work of the Brazilian community, and we are the third in line. So there's a Knowledge Seekers workshops on Thursday, the Brazilian team on Friday, and the North American team on Sunday. And if it wasn't for the foreigners, this meeting would not be as powerful as it is. And so I thank you very much, because in North America, you're foreigners, but in your country, we are the foreigners. And so what we're trying to figure out is, how do we communicate? Not only do we have distance problems, we have social problems and language problems. And we also have transmission problems, and we have difficulty understanding the different dimensions. And so we're going to introduce the Y-axis dimension today, because we have a lot of donkey hesitancy. So one of the things that we found with our physicality is that it's a lowest energy state. And in that lowest energy state, it seems to have a very strong energy that causes us the hesitancy to move from this state. So how can this weak energy state have such a strong affinity. And we found that as we walk around, we find that actually rolling is faster than walking. And maybe we can add jumping and flipping. And the thing is that we seem to be bound by things. And so we wish to be released. And how does that happen? And so we wish to let me go. Who are we wishing to? So we find that life is hard until you get up on the horse, and then things move a little bit faster. So getting up is the topic for today. And we're trying to follow up on the books of Maritab Keshe, the book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And the thing is, there's a universal order of creation and there's a universal order of matter. And the questions always become, which dimension are we talking about? And so we know that there must be at least 2 dimensions because there's book number 2, and that talks about the structure of light. And actually, if the structure of light is between two dimensions, then which dimension is the structure of light? And I'm sorry to be asking all of these questions because we're trying to provide the answers. And then there's book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. And if things weren't confusing enough, how can the origin of the universe precede the creation of matter? Or how can the creation of matter precede the origin of the universe? And is that confusing? So the point of the matter is that we have lots to learn. And so some of us, as I've embarked on this transmutation preparation session, and this week we have completed the first of 6 sessions, which we are going to be carrying on until June of 2024. And it's pretty well self-explanatory. We need to learn how to proceed with transmutation. And so preparation is always done in advance. And as such, we have been trying for 309 weeks also, thanks to the efforts of Rick Crammond and the Universal Council, to bring the one nation, one planet, one race for world peace together. Because anytime you do something, you have to have a purpose. And the purpose of world peace is not just a noble purpose, it is the purpose. And there's a reason for that, because the transmission that we're talking about today, and that happens to be in our environment, but it transcends that environment and involves the entire universe. And so this is the problem that we're having, because as we search for outer space and we try and find that second dimension of the plasma highway that leads us to that pie in the sky, isn't it? Isn't that little pie in the sky that we want? Well, you know what? We already have this little pie in the sky, and we call that Earth, and it's part of man's universe. And the problem with this concept, of course, is that it's teeny tiny, and there's a vast universe out there. And do you want to go through your life wondering what is going on out there? Or do you actually want to find the answers to that? So in order to find the answers, we not only have to ask the question, we have to ask the right question. Because as we're looking at the plasma highway, we try and figure out how do we get on that highway? Well, you have to know where we are right now. And we are on the transmission highway. And when we say the transmission highway, it's the same highway that I'm communicating with you at this point in time. And it's the way we all communicate on this planet. But there's something that we have to understand about this particular transmission highway, because there has been a school of thought discussing the universal embodiment, where the speed of light is the fastest transmission. And we question if that is true. There's a lot of evidence to suggest otherwise. And the other thing, of course, is the faster you go, the bigger you get. And is that true? And so if you were a good carpenter or a good engineer, you would want to measure that, wouldn't you? But if you're going to measure something that is going faster, then you would have to go faster to keep up with it, to be able to measure it. And so that becomes a challenge in its own. And then once we master that challenge, well, maybe we can discuss the creation of the universe and how the universe is created. So fundamentally, the universe exists from energy. And this is important because energy is always in motion. Because it's in motion, it has a charge. So energy is always positive, but the motion of the energy is either positive or negative. And since it's moving, then it has to go from somewhere to somewhere. So everything is working in combination. Well, how do you work in combination when you're dealing with singularity? And so we look at the universal order of creation of matters, and you see the singularity of the Maggrath system, where we have the combination of the matter state, dark matter, and antimatter. And so they come together into one state. And then we find that there are other matters out there. So as things work in combination, then we have to question, how do we work in combination? And so the key to this, of course, is communication. And we see this very much because when we introduce the cups of life, and they say necessity is the mother of invention, these were not the cups of the pandemic, although that was the necessity. They were the cups of life, because that is fundamental to understanding the pandemic. And so we find that this represented an emotional strength as well as a physical strength. And this came from some nebulous point, you see, but in the end, we achieved to make GANS, which is gas as a nanosolid, solid meaning physical. And so we made GANS as a manifestation of energy fields coming within each cup. And so in the cups of life, we were able to create CO2 GANS and calcium GANS and zinc GANS, copper GANS, water GANS, and amino acid GANS. But these are not the only GANSes. We are dealing with basic knowledge. And as such, when we introduced this series, terminology was very, very important. So to understand the difference between transmission and transition, we had to understand what the x-axis and the y-axis was. So we introduced the x-axis as part of the rotation. That's how we do transmission. But the y-axis introduced polarity. And so once we had the polarity, we had to go through a transition. And so now we're confronting that and looking at the x-axis as part of the transmission dimension. And we're introducing the y-axis as part of the transmission dimension. So in other words, to fulfill the transmission, we needed to have two different dimensions. And this becomes important to understand because when two forces come together, and we've always said this, as they come together, they begin to manifest. And so we can clearly see that there is an x-axis dimension and a y-axis dimension in that manifestation. And when I say that we can clearly see, well, what we can see is that there is a field capture. And the way we understand it, and I'm not talking about the knowledge seekers who've been with us for years, but for the knowledge seekers that have no idea what we're talking about and depend on us to explain it to them. And so this may help. We understand the x-axis transmission is parallel to the ground. So the y-axis transmission is actually perpendicular to the ground. And so this constitutes the two dimensions. One is the x-axis dimension and the other is the y-axis dimension. And the question, of course, is what is the difference in position between the one on the left and the one on the right? And so somehow, some way, there has to be a field capture. And we know this is true because when we have x-axis transmission that is perpendicular to the ground, then we can roll along. But, you know, there's an anomaly here because it's not rolling along on the x-axis. If we are playing ice hockey, then we are, but we're not rolling, we're sliding. So we see a flat puck slides on a flat ice surface. And the reason we did it because there's less friction on an ice field. And so we created this game, and we can move this puck along the x-axis dimension. And we see that the rotation of the puck is on the x-axis dimension. But if we input a rotation into the perpendicular motion, then the output motion is aligned with the rotation. So we can roll along the x-axis dimension, but the input is perpendicular to this motion. So we have x-axis transmission, and we have y-axis rotation. But if we stop the input rotations, so there's no perpendicular input rotation, and we change the y-axis dimension, somehow, some way, the output motion is still aligned with the rotation, but we've created a slope. And based on that slope, we have motion. So we've been able to do this without any input rotation. So we're talking about the y-axis dimension, and this becomes very important in construction. And there are a lot of things that we want to construct. So when we construct a building, and every builder knows that it's very important to have good studs. And so in Canada, 2x4s are the basic dimension. There's also 2x6 and 2x8, but all this includes is the x-axis dimension, which represents width, and the y-axis dimension, which represents height. And this is what we're really concerned about when we're talking about the size, isn't it? And it's ironic that, you know, 2x4 is such an important number. We're in the year 2024. And of course, in Canada, that's an important number. That's the number of bottles in a case of beer. So we have these relationships, and we see that the y-axis dimension affects the x-axis transmission. But interestingly enough, the x-axis dimension affects the y-axis transmission. What? Well, yes, because the diameter or the radius and the circumference are affected by pi. And so if you change one, you change the other. So when we had bicycles, there was one version that had a small wheel and a large wheel. And so we find that the circumference of these wheels is based on the diameter. So if we change the diameter of the wheel, we actually change the distance that wheel will travel in one rotation, because the circumference is also bigger. And the one thing that is constant is pi. Pi is 3.14 plus, on and on and on. So we'll just fudge that and just say it's 3.14 so that we can understand the relationship between the x-axis dimension and the y-axis dimension. So historically speaking, when we wanted to discuss the distance of the transmission, one of the ways we did that, of course, is to base it on the length of the foot. Well, we had a problem with this because we had to figure out whose foot are we going to measure. Well, we'll just, determine the length of a foot. And how long is a foot? Well, I guess that all depends on who you're talking to. And so we find that not only is the length different from person to person, but the height of the foot is different because the height of the person needs a bigger foot. And so we find that, again, the y-axis dimension affects the x-axis transmission. But then so does the x-axis dimension. It affects the y-axis transmission. So it is possible to have a longer foot with a shorter height, or it is possible to have a longer foot with a higher height. And so in this relationship, we have a problem because we don't really understand how big is large. And so the question then comes is, can you build a home as a good carpenter and base it on length and width? Because as we've just said, the x-axis dimension represents the length of the foot. But the x-axis dimension represents the width of the 2x4. So which is it? Is it the length or is it the width? And who's going through the door? And if you're too big, well, you may have to duck. And we know about this problem because when we do x-axis transmission and we play games, we were kicking soccer balls around, and in order to move them, we kind of bounced them, and we learned how to kick them on the bounce. But sometimes we didn't learn our lessons very well because we got very angry. And so we didn't worry about the x-axis transmission. We put all our energy into the y-axis transmission, and sometimes the ball would rebound and hit us in the head. And boy, that would hurt. And so those were lessons in anger. So we're looking at a balance in the x and the y-axis. And so we found that if we can change the curvature in ice hockey, we could deflect the puck into the stands where the fans of man were, and not get hit as the puck is going up. But so now we've taken this sliding puck, which was only looking at the x-axis dimension, and we had to introduce a y-axis dimension. And maybe the y-axis dimension was, why would you go to a hockey game and put your life in your hands when you might get hit by a puck that's traveling at 160 kilometers an hour? But that was part of the excitement. And so we have moved along where we were spinning along. And so we find in order to spin along, we have to do this at perpendicular to the ground. And in that perpendicularity, if we spin 360 degrees, then we can take that x-axis and have different perspectives. And we can move along the x-axis dimension. But actually, we had to have a y-axis dimension in order to facilitate this spinning. And so coming to that conclusion, we find that the transmission is dependent on the interaction of these two dimensions. And so the question then becomes is what is the difference in the position? If we have an x-axis transmission, which is perpendicular to the ground, and we have this y-axis transmission, which facilitates the spinning of 360 degrees, how do we go from the one side to the other side? And so we find that there's something that we have to take into account. And so we finish with the basic transmission to understand that there's a field release. So when we created the cups of light, we had this GANS binding. And with that GANS binding, it was created by our input. But if we create this excessive input rotation, which in fact is an extreme offsetting to our input, we can create a field release. And interestingly enough, this created a plasma stability. And so not only were the sports fans of man, but the fans of man were giving us plasma stability. And this was a wonderful new technology. And so interestingly enough, there's other looming technology on the horizon. But we also had a looming technology in the past, which gave us cloth making. And the cloth making allowed us to weave along the x-axis and the y-axis. And depending on how we transmitted the instructions to the loom, we could determine the size of the cloth. And once we had that cloth, we could clothe man. And of course, man became judged by the cut of the cloth. So if the length and width is not working, then maybe we can look at the length and the height. And in this regard, we create a graph. And so we see that the x-axis dimension is along the bottom of the graph, and the y-axis dimension is along the side of the graph. And still, the y-axis dimension affects the x-axis transmission, but the x-axis dimension affects the y-axis transmission as well. And so by graphing it, we can see a relationship. And the interpretation of that relationship is a reflection of energy in motion, you see, because there's a negative and positive. So which is it? Is the x-axis transmission or the y-axis transmission, which is negative or positive? So we decided that based on the surface to volume ratios, the higher the ratio, the higher the negative charge. And on that basis, the negative gives and the positive takes. And so in that regard, we found that energy can be flowing or it can be binding. And as such, when we look at the stairway to heaven, we found that musically speaking, the high notes were gravitational, the low notes were magnetical. And there was this in-between zone we called susceptibility. And so that was the result of the graph. But the construct of the graph originated from the x-axis dimension and the y-axis dimension. And so the x-axis dimension represented the distance from complex to simple. And the y-axis dimension reflected stable towards unstable. And if we follow the susceptibility stairway to heaven, we found that we could graduate from a very stable and complex construct to a very unstable and simple construct. However, we could also go down the stairway and go from an unstable and simple construct down to a very stable and very complex construct. And so this is very important to understand in terms of transmission, because you see, historically speaking, we have always chosen this energy binding manner, which is self-serving. And in order to do that and be self-serving, we did it at the expense of others. This is an important point, and has always been an important point, because when we look at what we have and we see that the x-axis is a plane, and that plane will rotate, and it'll rotate around a pole, and the y-axis is the polarity. And so you have your two dimensions. And you have your two-way transmission. But because these are two dimensions, we have to understand it's also a two-way street. Because you see there are two directions. But are there only two directions? And then you have two sizes. But are there only two sizes? And you have two variables. But are there only two variables? So in this discussion, we have an x-axis dimension and a y-axis dimension. And those are the only two variables that we have in this discussion on the Earth space embodiment. And so we find that if we were going to measure these dimensions using the foot of man, we find that man's undependable. There are too many variables. So man has chosen Earth space as the common denominator. And this is very good, because there's so many of us, there's over 8 billion of us, and we are all variable. And we have one thing in common, and that is our Earth space. So Earth space is much more dependable. And this is an important thing to understand, because it's all part of this binding energy transmission. So this energy that comes in, and more comes in through absorption, which is facilitated by attraction, and this facilitates gravitational stability. This is the important point. That's part of the Earth space embodiment. But in order to maintain this Earth space embodiment, there has to be an elevating energy transmission out, and more has to go out. We do this by way of emission. It's also a form of repulsion. But either way, it represents a magnetical stability. So these two work together. And so this is the thing to understand about transmission, is that it is a two-way street. And as such, there is a sequencing. So the release of the binding energy precedes the retrieval of the beneficial energy. And the field release of the transmission energy precedes the field capture. So the giving precedes the taking, and the emission precedes the absorption. So therefore, the plasma dominant transmission precedes the physical dominant transmission. And so we have a conflict, because we're trying to figure out which dimension-centric point of view is dominant. So because man is not dependable, very variable, the conclusion is it's not man-space centric. And the conclusion is it's probably Earth-space centric. But when it's regarding the sun-space dimension, the conclusion is non-conclusive. So when we're looking at the plasma dimension, and we find we're discussing matter plasma, well, we have a small m matter state, which is physical, and that is gravitational. That's part of the feedback. And then we have a capital M matter-gen state, which is plasmatic. And that state is magnetical. And that is part of the feeding dimension. And so clearly, from man's centric point of view, man is feedback dominant. Well, now we are in the post-November the 11th of 2023, the new era where we have choices. And not just two choices, but more than two choices. We have the capability of referencing the outer space, that transmutation space, and the earth space, which is that bountiful space. And it's manifest in that graceful space of our inner space. And this is how we've been transcending the limitations of nuclear science for 521 knowledge seekers workshops in a row for the past 10 years. This is all part of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. Welcome all the beautiful knowledge seekers. There's a world peace treaty. Sign it. How are you going to sign it? You can sign it with a pen. You can sign it with your soul. And you can either do it through the x-axis dimension or the y-axis dimension. But the time has come to shake things up. We have to ask questions because this will help us get to the answers. Where can man be dependable in a two-dimensional universe? And can man find heaven through field transmission of vertical motion with the guidance of forward motion and perpendicular rotation? So this is hopefully helpful in understanding that the dimensional interaction is foundational for transmission. And that transmission is going to be the plasma science, which needs to continue to be delivered daily in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. Thank you for allowing me to present. Hope you enjoyed the trip.
That was a very quick trip through the dimensions. Thank you, Alex. Again, there's so many things to consider. Are you, Mr. Keshe keeps explaining about the dimension of energy, the dimension of physicality. We're familiar with the physicality. We're not familiar with the dimension of energy. This is what we're learning. Is the X and the Y dimensions physicality and energy, or are they both physicality? I'm trying to think about this in a way that I can bring it into my life in a way.
Well, I'm glad you're stumped with that.
Yeah. Doesn't take much, Alex, remember.
No, it's almost as if it's mission accomplished. So you've asked the right question, because that becomes fundamental. We are talking about transmission. So is transmission something that is only restricted in the physical plane? So I think we'll all agree that it transcends that physical plane, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So by you bringing up that question, it kind of represents a kind of a success in this presentation, if I may accept that is not the only transmission. That is really the whole goal plan here, is because we have a population on this earth which only recognizes the physical dominant state. And so when we're talking about transmission, we understand we can talk, we can see, we can hear, we can play the radio, we can go on the internet. We can use telephones. We can use iPhones and iPads, and we can even use drums. And, you know, remember, we used to use smoke signals as well. So there's a lot of ways that we can do transmission. But everything that I've just described is physical. So once you understand that those are all under the umbrella of the physical dominant state, then what is not on that list is not part of the plasma state. And this is important for the scientific community to understand that difference, because there is a difference. You know that is a difference because love is not on that list. Love is not a physical transmission. The act of sex is a physical transmission, but the art of love is not. So we accept that in a way, but we have difficulty explaining that. Well, it becomes our responsibility now to explain that, because clearly we can see that there's a lot of hurt on this planet. We need to soothe that. We need to relieve that. We need to release that binding energy, and we need to retrieve the energy that is vital. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, let's open it up for others to make comments and ask questions if they'd like to join the discussion. There's probably a lot of places in the universe that need correction or elevation, and I think we're probably learning this in a way to replicate what's being done here through the foundation. I mean, we're still pretty young in the understanding of it all, but we're actually seeing a peace brought to a planet. Would this be something we would probably perhaps do in the future if we heard other civilizations calling for help and arrange for their elevation into the universal community? And this is one of the things Mr. Keshe says he's been doing for quite a long time, and apparently there are many other places that need the same sort of enlightenment or elevation, that are waiting for the change, but they can't bring it within themselves, it seems, because as like with this planet, the soul that created this planet had a wrong streak in it.
See what I like about your question?
No, what?
Well, first of all, what we're trying to do is correct this streak on this planet through a physically dominant manner. And what you suggested is in the universal community, that if that's all we know, then let's say we were successful here, and if we were to take that success and replicate it in the universal community, then we know that we could do that physically. But now we have an additional option. Maybe in the universal community, we could do it plasmatically. Since it's a two-way street, if you accept that, then you could easily argue that if we could transmit this beneficence to the universal community in a plasmatic dominant state, then it only stands to reason that we could do the same thing in the earthbound state. Does that make sense to you?
It seems to, yep. I thought you were going to say we needed a bigger hammer or something. This was the solution, but I don't think that's the way you were going.
No, I'm trying to make a glaring difference so that we understand that there's more. And in that regard, we actually need to be more demanding to take more, but not from others, because the others have the same requirement. They need to take more. So if that they becomes you, Mark, and I need more, and I take from you, but you need more. Well, how is that helpful to me? Okay, because you know what? That makes you less helpful.
I only give
So,
you what I don't need.
yeah, but I mean,
That's what I'm giving
oh,
you.
whoa, well, are you that skillful?
Not yet, but we're growing into it.
Ah, well, this is it, you see, because we become so accustomed to stealing energy from others. And if we were all skillful in being able to set up a barrier where we don't leak in energy, then we wouldn't have this problem, would we? But we all do leak in that energy, because when we look at pictures of devastation, we have an emotional reaction, and that is draining. When we engage in a physical activity, there is an energy depletion. When we give time and attention to something, especially on this earthbound plane, we have a depletion. So where does the supplementation come from? And is it enough? And so we look at the main source of the supplementation comes when we sleep. And one of the beautiful ways to sleep is when you're in a peaceful environment. And that peaceful environment includes being at peace with yourself. And how can you be at peace with yourself when you're violating your own soul? So the only way that you can do that is through ignoring your soul. And if you're actually ignoring your soul, one really has to give his head a shake and figure out what exactly he's doing. Because it's not contributing. It's not contributing to them, and it's not contributing to our planet. And since our planet is part of the universal community, then by extension, it's not communicating, contributing to them as well.
But I think we're seeing how it's being done. Again, maybe there is an enhanced process going on, or we may have to appear in certain places to bring certain changes in. You know, if there's a planet, you're going to have to go into the physicality dimension to work with them, perhaps. And to bring the change. And again, it's not a day job. I think Mr. Keshe has been here for thousands of years, learning the ways of the man and the customs of the man and all the rest of it. So when this was actually being introduced, it would work. So we may have that same, perhaps, ability.
So there's an interesting characteristic to what you just said. You know, we tend to, work during the day and sleep at night. And so if we were to work in the physicality, it is a day job. And if we were to work in another dimension, then that would be a night job. But there are, people who work 24 hours a day on this planet. And so for them, day is night and night is day. And if there are people who work on this planet, you know, at all hours of the day, then what about the rest of the universe? Because they don't keep track of time the way we do, because our track of time is based on Earth space. So our day and night is based on the rotation of the Earth around its axis and the number of days that it rotates around its axis and completes one rotation around the sun is one Earth year. Well, that's the only relationship that we have at this point in time. Now, what happens if we go to another planet? Where does that calendar go? Where does that time reference and time frame go? And is there going to be a day and a night? Like, let's face it, our day and night is based on the sun, right? It's the sun that, when we look at the sun, then we know there's daytime, and when there's no sun, we know that it's nighttime. This is the basic rule.
For our physicality, but not our soul. I think the soul is working 24 hours a day. This is what we're understanding. I also think we could also spread ourselves. We don't just have to go to one place. We could be in multiple places simultaneously. All depends on how you want to dice it, I suppose. You don't have to just be one entity in one place at one point in time. I think you can, in a way, divide yourself.
So all of us as knowledge seekers get very excited every Thursday because the technology is progressing at such a rapid rate. And fortunately for a lot of us, we've invested a lot of time to try and understand this and comprehend it better and better. And yes, it doesn't answer all our questions, but you know, what we forget is that, you know, when we compare to the types of questions that we have and compare to the type of answers that we have and compare it to people who had no idea about the plasma science, and we find that, wow, we have a lot of answers. So now the question becomes, is how do we convey these answers to these people who haven't had the benefit of the thousands of hours of investment in knowledge seeking? How do we do that? Can we do it faster?
Yeah, he mentioned in this workshop about a way you could touch someone and elevate their physical soul, but you can also do it through your own soul without the touch. Apparently, that's going to be taught in the future. There's a position or a place, just like waking someone up, that they wake up in a calm, ready to go attitude, so to speak.
Well, I had a conversation with someone this week, and for some strange reason, they usually just, you know, kind of come, conduct business and take off. Okay, so, you know, the way we are in Canada, if you can't conduct a transaction in 35 seconds, you know, everybody gets irritated, you know, because everybody's in a hurry. But, you know, he decided to, instead of just saying, well, how are you? He extended that question and he said, is there anything new? And he's never asked that before. And I thought, well, isn't that strange? What prompted him to do that? And I said, well, you know, do you really want to get an answer to that question? And he says, that'd be pretty interesting. So now I was confronted with having to physically explain in a matter of a short period of time what was new. And you know, I succeeded. I succeeded in a way that was gentle, inviting, and comprehensive, so that he actually understood. And the reason I knew that, and what I was trying to achieve, was to get a confirmation and a conclusion. And the way I could only do that is if he could articulate a conclusion to me. And he did, which was tremendous. So I didn't put those words in his mouth.
Mhm.
I set up an explanation, and he arrived at that conclusion on his own. And it was graceful. And that this was really, really important. So then the question became, are you then going to cling to the donkey hesitancy, or are you going to look forward to the new emergence of the new technology? And he said, well, the answer is pretty obvious. The future is in the future, and the past is in the past. so, so yeah, he's ready to get on the horse. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that soul was brought there in a way. This is the answer he gave to Azar, that the soul, you were put in that position, but also his soul moved him into that position to be able
Precisely.
to, yeah, this is what will be so beautiful when we see people honestly starting to seek out new knowledge, not to ridicule you, not to make fun of you, but to actually say, I'm really interested in this. Maybe this is a part of these fields that are being spread across the planet, that people will start looking more into themselves, their understanding, and the rest of it as the souls are really organizing it, not so much the physicality end of it, even though we think it's the physicality doing the whole work. So this is beautiful when someone, and don't you feel good about that refreshment too, that you provided that soul?
Well, certainly, because he gave me an honest answer. You know, first of all, it was a legitimate question. Okay. You know, so if you go up to someone and you say, "Oh, hi, how are you?" "Oh, I have a backache, my knees is killing me," and there's, "Oh, geez, I'm really sorry I asked that question." I was just, it was just elevator talk. And I don't really need to share in your misery. But he asked the question, and I thought, well, let me give him a positive answer, because it was a positive question, and he took it that way, and he arrived at that conclusion on his own. So the thing was that the impetus, the input energy, in other words, was coming from him. So he was asking for a contribution on my side, and it was welcome. It was, graceful. This was huge. So, and I find this with others, if you go and try it out, just like, trying on a pair of shoes to see if they fit. You just try it out and say, oh, oh, so what are you doing these days? Oh, well, I'm involved with the plasma science. Oh, well, that's nice. Have a nice day, and out the door they go, right? Because they don't want to hear. They just want to hear what they want to hear. They don't want to hear what you have to say. Okay, and that's kind of the difference. So, and this is noticeably changed. I'm having much more success, and I think all of us on this panel have had the same frustration. And the worst part, of course, has been our families. Where you end up being the black sheep in the family. And it's you don't end up being the black sheep in the community, because you can kind of disappear in the community. But in your family, well, you can't disappear, because you're part of the family. So, and as one of my friends told me, she can't talk to anyone in her family about what I'm doing, and I talk to her quite a bit. And they just, like,
We
say,
know.
"Oh, well, it's, you know It's
We know.
it's this old man that is losing it. So okay, well that's fine. I'm losing it, but you know, uh, we are in a new outer space age, and we know it. And so we're all trying to work out how we can navigate through these dimensions and work with the tools that we have. So
And maybe
we,
we can unblock them by
well,
giving to them. We think we're giving, as if someone comes up and starts this conversation with you, Alex, and you say, well, listen, I can open this person up more to be able to receive by giving to them and taking away what's blocking them, even though you may not realize you're taking away what's blocking them. So this is another thing. I know Jefferson has raised this point a few times. We've all experienced it. They don't have the field strength to receive it at this point in time, but I think we can unblock that in a way.
so I was one of those people, for the first 40 years of my life, I was all in on the conventional science. Okay.
Agree. We didn't know another way, Alex. It's
Well,
hidden from us.
yes, it was hidden from us, but the thing is, it failed us. Our belief in that system failed us, and a lot of us don't get a second chance. So when I was 35, I was given 6 months to live. Well, that was mm, wow, that was more
That
than
was a
35.
bummer.
Well, like I was in the prime of my adulthood, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And I couldn't kick a soccer ball 10 yards. And I thought, wait a second, is this what an old man feels like? I don't want to be an old man, but at 35, I wasn't considering myself an old man. But that's what I was told. And I was told by experts. So then when I recovered from that and I was able to kick a ball 60 yards, then I found out that there were other experts. And I wanted to be that other expert. And say, well, and I wanted to tell my friends that there were other experts. And that's what was so disappointing, because, if you're leading by example and they say, oh, well, you were sick and now you're healthy, that's a good example. Okay, can you, tell me, what is the secret to your success? Nobody asked that question. Nobody. I couldn't believe it.
Nobody
But
said, how did you do it, Alex? How?
nobody. That
Wow.
was the worst part. And I thought, well, with friends like that, who needs enemies? I had to totally, wholesale change my friends.
And your doctors. Or did they observe you as well and not ask how were you
Well,
to achieve this? Or did they say it was another miracle? We don't understand it, but
I never gave them that opportunity, because what they always say is, well, you want to come in for a checkup? No, no, I don't. Thanks, thanks for the memories.
But I can imagine once Mr. Keshe has this handful of students in a way learning the transmutation, and it starts to be confirmed by governments in a way, that this is going to be a huge tipping point for people to start taking up an interest. What is this all about? It can't be possible someone can move from New York to Brussels in 5 minutes on a ship, or do it instantaneously through their soul. These are things that people are going to dream about doing and want to achieve. So this is probably, when this gets revealed, it'll be, I'm sure it'll try to be hidden initially, but maybe not. As the
Oh,
Americans
no,
and
no, they're
Chinese try.
definitely trying now.
Yeah, but I'm saying we bring the Americans on board along with the Chinese. Who's going to question this when both governments are confirming we're using this technology? This is our new way. Now, maybe they'll continue on for a while till it becomes acceptable in a way, or that it's not deniable anymore. We've brought artifacts back from the moon. We've done some other things. We've explored certain areas that we couldn't see with the telescope, and they're talking about it as if they've been there. This is an impossibility, or if it's not, we want to find out more. So this is one of these pieces of technology will be a part of the tipping point, and it may be the transmutation, since we're all already doing it in a way, just not aware of it.
Well, hopefully with these sessions, the knowledge seekers, we're looking at the strong approach. The Keshe Foundation is on the air 7 days a week now. We're not the only performers, and it's no longer just on Rick's shoulders. So many have picked up the ball, and all we have to do is look at the progress with the Iranian community, the hundreds of thousands of people there, and the tens of thousands in the Brazilian community. Well, actually, it's hundreds of thousands. I think the broadcast range is over 300,000 in the Brazilian community. But nevertheless, it's growing. It's not receding. So volume is not the only thing that we're after. Quality is also important. And that's one of the reasons, the panelists keep attending these meetings, because their quality is what they want to enhance, because our responsibility is growing daily, because we're part of the community. And if a member is sick in your community, then that affects you. It's part of your community. So it becomes our duty to help. But, we have to help in a graceful way. It has to be done in a willing way. So we can't do it in a physical way and just say, here, let me grab your arm and lead you. The first reaction would be to move to pull the arm back, wouldn't it? Because that's the same reflex you get if a policeman comes and throws handcuffs on you. You want to withdraw your hand so you don't get bound. So that's a failure in methodology. So we now have a new methodology, and it will be successful, because that's the methodology that we have actually used. So now that we understand that methodology exists, and if we understand that that's what we use, then that is the success methodology. So that's what we need to do. And they keep talking about the fourth revolution, but they have to fourth technical revolution, but you have to understand 3 strikes and you're out. So we're leading the new revolution, new technological revolution.
For sure.
Our
Anyone
focus,
else?
our focus is
Sorry,
on the
Alex,
future.
go ahead.
Our focus is on the future and what we can do and bring to that future to enhance the prospects on this planet. And we're really not interested in commentary as such, and entertainment. This is not a fun show. This is a matter of life and death, and it extends to the entire planet. And as you say, beyond. Thanks very much, everybody, for allowing me to present. This is really an exciting journey, and I hope you're all enjoying these sessions. And thanks to you, Mark. Please continue.
Okay, anyone else want to make a comment? Ask a question? Feel free. I know a lot of times we think, is this really me or is this Memorex? Am I really opening up to a whole new enlightenment about my creation? I thought it was all explained to me that, you know, if I didn't do certain things, I'd end up in certain places, meaning heaven or hell and the rest of it. But now we're understanding much more. So I think we're becoming slightly seasoned, and that process continues. And especially if you get the transmutation under your belt and you're able to use it, again, not all the time, but just this knowledge going out into the environment where people hear there's another way to travel besides the rocket and the jumbo jet and the donkey and the rest of it, they're going to become interested. And hopefully it's not going to take them as long as it's taken us to get to this position. But we are blessed to be here. We're privileged to be here. And again, we're just the forerunners, the light bearers in a way, or carrying the torch, kind of like cheerleaders. But once the systems come into place in the marketplace, I think, and maybe that's what the governments are gearing up for. They know there'll be such a stampede into this technology. Not everyone, of course, at first, but as they see the others doing it, there's going to be no denying that this is real, and you have the capabilities to move as the creator moves, to think as the creator moves, speak as the creator speaks. And then we take it out into the universe in interactions with the universal community. We'll see how it shakes out, but it does look like, especially when I heard him say we're bringing in the Americans, that they don't lose face. So there's something going on in the background that probably we haven't heard the last of it, let's say. Just the beginning of it. And that we move into this direction, away from killing and warring.
I think all of us have also, Mark, if I may interject, have noticed certain strange occurrences.
You mean coincidences?
Yeah, coincidences, that type of thing. We would slough that off as, so, well, that's just a coincidence. But I've been more mindful of these things, and it's extremely interesting how they've been coming together. And because I've been mindful of them, when they happen, not only do I note that they happen, but I'm prepared, which is really, really cool. But one of the incidents that happened to me, and you just brought up my memory here, and it had to do with a cheerleader. And there was a very popular girl in our school, and she was a cheerleader. And I've lost contact with a lot of the people that I've known from my school days. And I thought, well, gee, why am I thinking about her? And so I thought I'd look her up. And I found out that she's passed away 8 years ago, which I think very strange, because I mean, for me, it seems like she died prematurely. But anyway, she died from cancer. So that this was prior to the pandemic. But what was a coincidence was that the day that she died was the same date that I was looking at her obituary 8 years later. And that happened last week.
No coincidence. Hopefully you sent her elevation for her soul.
Yeah, I did. But it was a sad day for me, because I remember her as being like an extremely happy person. And I know that, well, I don't know. She appeared to have a affluent life. So, she didn't seem to have the pressure that, someone in poverty would have, or, someone struggling in a middle class, if you will, having to pay for the expensive car and having the, lucrative job to pay for that expensive car so that they can drive to their expensive mortgage. She seemed to be well off financially. So, it's sad to see that someone who, uh, in my mind, was very happy,
Full of life.
full of life, and I mean, when you talk about someone who walks into the room and how they light up the room, that was her. And the thing is, she's having a comfortable life. So, to actually suffer from the cancer, which we now know is a psychosomatic condition, it it, it shows that there are other things that we have to take into account.
Yes,
But
of
anyway,
course, these technologies are going to make living much easier where you don't have to worry about the feeding. You don't have to worry about the heating, the transportation, the jobs, and different things. People will probably live longer because they're happier, because so many of these things are going to be met in so many ways. It's not going to be such a struggle on this planet, and we don't even know the half of it, probably, living in North America or Canada, the rest of it. We don't even know what struggling really is, but people will. So when you're not happy or whatever happens emotionally to you, you create these conditions and you check out. But if we can reverse that, where most of your needs are being met, or all of them are being met, people will probably just naturally live longer without even any life extension technologies that we will employ, I'm sure.
well, the problem, of course, in North America is we have the financial burden of our infrastructure. So if we're looking at a third world country and they're looking at the possibility of incorporating new technologies into their life, that is going to be a very, very positive enhancement. So I think that's going to be very difficult for us here in North America. Uh, if we look at in Germany, for instance, right now, what's going on with the deindustrialization, the number of large companies and then companies who are over 100 years old abandoning the country, those jobs are not being replaced. So
Right, but did you hear me when I read the future shared interest? How many jobs were created? How much was added? This growing the fungi and things that people can increase they're going to want to live in a way longer because education is happening, schools are being built, roads, dams, bridges, trains, the rest of it. I mean, if I was living in squalor and I don't think I'd want to stay long, even though we all have the desire to live in a way. What's the use? When every day it's a struggle to get a little bit of energy, to make a little bit of money, to see your children not doing better, and the rest of it. No healthcare facilities to accommodate. I think as these changes come in and the technology is spread across the planet, people will just naturally, because they're happier, they'll live longer. I mean, you're still going to have to deal with all the shortcomings in the physicality, but maybe we'll make them a little shorter shortcomings as we continue to develop and improve.
yes, I totally agree with you, Mark.
Yep. Yep. And then how about going into space and interacting with other souls as Tesla did? I think Da Vinci also added that. Remember, he said he's making little Da Vinci's out of us in a way. But Da Vinci also talked about going into a different dimension and getting some of the answers to some of the questions. And of course, a lot of this has been hidden, not so much with Tesla. We've heard those stories before, but we'll find a lot of answers, I think, and they're going to be comforting for us, which is, again, happiness, and that'll bring you a longer dimension of existence wherever you want to be.
So do you believe at this point in time that these answers will come in your dreams?
Oh, for sure. Depends what I'm seeking, I'm sure.
I agree.
I think it's probably already happened, Alex. We just weren't aware of it.
I agree.
Yep. I think we've been interacting with souls. Obviously, the soul has a direct line of communication, its own, I know it has its own secret life and its own line of communication with the universal community. So this has already been happening. It's just the physicality in a way that's been left out of the loop so far, but now we're bringing that in as well. So again, mystery of the ages are being unraveled by this universal teacher known as Mr. Keshe. And we're very fortunate to be here and to take part of it and help to bring the change. We're all carrying a little bit of this very large carpet, a little corner of it. And together it's going to happen, along with the systems. I mean, we're talking about satellites, UBISOs, communication bundles, and the rest, and it's only in its infancy. And then, of course, the non-dimensional plasma that's being introduced, or these creator rays, cosmic rays. So we're just in the infancy, but we're privileged to be able to start.
Wait a second.
Hello?
Hello. Non-dimensional?
He's calling it a non-dimensional plasma system that they'll be introducing. That's probably going to get, he said the UBISOs would be hooked up to this as well as the communication bundles and the sessions that we're inviting people to take part in. So this is going to be a step up, as I see it, and make it easier to do things we're trying to do. So we're being gifted this as well. It's for all of us. Anyone else have a thought, a comment, a disagreement? Or anyone want to share anything about their experience? Why don't we just open that up for another minute or two, just to allow people to bring any sort of experience they had in the systems. I know Steph, sorry, she said she fell asleep, and we'll go on. So she was going to share something. She said she had something, but I don't see her here now. She may have had to leave. So there's a lot of new ways that knowledges are going to be introduced. It seems like it's not coming from Earth anymore. It's going to be shared by the universal community. And as he said, we couldn't hold a door in regard to knowledge with the universal community. So perhaps interacting on the soul level and bringing some of that back is the way it'll be transferred. And in addition to them, again, will they physically be here to show us how to build the craft, or will people learn through interaction of the soul the next step to take in developing a shielding system or other systems? These ideas will come to them because they wanted to solve a problem or build the craft. So I think this is the way it's going to move. He said the knowledge won't come from this planet, it'll come from the universal community. And they are way ahead of us in that dimension, but we're both in the same position as far as the soul level, that we haven't gotten there yet. We're getting there here, and but we haven't fully gotten there yet. So this is the process, and I'm sure they're looking into this quite carefully. So we may share with them on the soul level, and they may share with us on the soul level. instead of an actual physical interaction, but we don't know exactly. But he seems to be stressing the interaction on the soul level to find knowledge in the universe with Tesla, with Da Vinci, with other people we've come to know, perhaps. So it's an amazing way, you know, most people all know you have to go to college and learn from a professor or go to the university and the rest of it. That's the way you learn. You can't possibly pick up knowledge somewhere out there in the universe. It's empty. Can't you see it? There's
Well, you
nobody
have to look
there.
towards the horizon to see the technology there that's looming.
Yeah. Okay, anyone else want to come in? I'm going to play the volunteers video again, encouraging everyone to, if you can't join this month's session, perhaps the next month or the month after that. And then you'll find out that it's quite a unique experience for you, and finding more out about yourself, your interactions, your emotions, and how to go to the next step.
You're going to take the screen?
Okay, yeah, I was just waiting to see if anyone wanted to make a comment. If not, we will take the screen and then play the volunteer video. And this is how the system, obviously, if Mr. Keshe went to the corporate world, I think it would all get tied up and then it would have to be researched again. And then they'd come out with different findings. And this professor, as we saw in China, where they want to stick with the old knowledge and not bring in the new knowledge. And many professors are probably, in a way, they've written books, they've given speeches, they've put out their position papers, and then to come to find out that they were not as correct as they thought there would be is a big humbling event. And a lot of people don't want to go through that. And so they block it. But I think the Chinese realize this and they unblocked certain things or certain important individuals or high-level people who didn't want to see this come into play. They've been, in a way, pushed off to the side, even though they'll be still part of it, I think, and they'll probably really look forward to it once they start to understand it and see it. They'll join in as well. As he said, with the world leaders, even though they have to do things to confirm their existence, once they have a turnaround, they will be some of the best advocates for the Keshe Foundation in the coming time. Not all of them, because a lot of them are going to run away from these systems. Their soul won't allow them to go in. But for the ones that can and do and get processed, they will become quite an asset to the distribution of this knowledge across this planet and perhaps the universe. Okay, so I'm going to play the volunteer video, then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Anyone else want to bring something at this point that they've been sort of holding back? If not, then we'll carry on, and we invite you again to take part in the pre-transmutation sessions. It's for yourself, yes, but it's not so much for yourself. It's more to bring the others up. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else. Okay. If not, then let's continue with this. Yes, I thought I heard a mic open.
I would just say thank you very much, Mark and Alex and everybody on this call for relentlessly and always being here every week. I'm really grateful, and thank you so much.
And thank you. You're part of it too. Whatever position.
Absolutely.
You're
Infinite
there.
gratitude.
We're all gonna step up to a bigger role in this release of the technology. but we need to be trained, and there's a lot of things we still need to learn. And of course, if we flub it up, if we kind of make assumptions when we're teaching this or something else, people will lose sort of faith in this. So if we become quite knowledgeable and are able to do it, as Mr. Keshe said, I don't teach anything I haven't done. So hopefully we can take up that same sort of thing. And if we don't know how to do it, we can find the answers within the souls that are on this planet and in the universe, which is, again, another profound statement. Just thinking that you could access knowledge from above, let's say, or maybe they're just next to you, but in a different dimension of energy. But they're waiting to share. And souls do love to give. So I don't think this is far reach to say we can get answers, as Tesla explained, and I think Da Vinci as well. This is where they got some of their understandings. Thank you all again for joining us. And we wish you health. We wish you peace, happiness, and the rest of it as you continue on this journey and bringing all of these beautiful emotions to the others. And you'll start to see, I think there will come a time we're going to see so many smiling faces on this planet that we've never seen before. So many times you go into the market, you go into the store, so many people are, you can see they're not having a great day. They're struggling with this, they're struggling with that. You can just, in a way, sense it. And of course, we elevate them, but this is all going to change, and the frowns are going to be turned into smiles, especially in the war-torn sections of this planet. And as Mr. Keshe said, it's already in progress. It's happening as we're speaking now, even though we're still seeing images and destruction and the rest of it. It's all coming into play, and we're all part of it. So thank you all. And continue researching, discovering, interacting with other souls. This is one of the keys we're learning right now. Thanks, everyone. Again, anyone else want to mention anything before we close? Okay. I was thinking of Jefferson, how he asked Mr. Keshe, when are we going to see it on CNN? My family doesn't accept it, and that's what he said. He said, when they show it on TV, then the family will accept it. But maybe they're going to go a different way, as a lot of these news networks and other things don't have much of a viewership anymore. I think they're only in the tens of thousands, where many of these platforms these days and podcasts are getting millions of views. Not ours per se yet, but that's all coming into place as well. So it's quite a beautiful work that we're seeing done. And as I said, we're all part of it. And so be proud that you've been touched by this knowledge. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you, Alex, for, again, continuing to support us and bringing us new understandings of this immense knowledge, this endless knowledge that we're receiving and sharing. Okay, as I said, I'm going to play the volunteer video and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Thank you all. I see Lisbeth has just joined us. Thank you, Lisbeth. We're just about winding up today's session. Thank you for all your hard work in the background and preparing the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace, the transcripts, and all the rest of the work you do that none of us really see, but we're the beneficiaries of it. Thank you, Lisbeth. I'll make sure I'm sharing the screen. Okay, and let's go to the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. Become a trial volunteer.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you could consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create a condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors with a new technology remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Professional medical Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.